Introductions by members. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to rise in this House today to acknowledge two very special birthdays in my life. 36 years ago, Sandra and Gary Robinson welcomed me into their family because I happened to be in love with their oldest son, Dan. They are the most amazing and loving in-laws that anyone could ever ask for. And yesterday was their birthday. They share a birthday. And because of COVID, we couldn't get together. I couldn't give them a present. So this rising in the House, acknowledging them and inviting all of you to join with me to wish them a happy birthday is my present to Sandra and Gary Robinson. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nelson Creston.
Thank you very much. Yesterday was actually a big celebration for my family. My grandma Shirley turned 90, and we were hoping to all be together, go up to Whitehorse and have a big party, but unfortunately we were unable to due to COVID. But Grandma, I love you. Happy birthday. You're an amazing woman. From being in the Air Force to being a miner, you've led an incredible life, and I can't wait till I get to sit down and hear more of your stories again soon. Love you, Grandma.
Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce a friend and constituent, Jim Paquette. Jim's the business manager of Sheet Metal Local 280, and after a long career in the labor movement, spanning the solidarity protests and the penny farthing dispute, Jim is finally retiring at the end of June. So will the House please join me in thanking Jim for his contributions to improving the lives of construction workers and wish him well in retirement.
The chair will now recognize member for Courtney Comox for a statement she would like to make or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning the member from Abbotsford West raised a point of order during private member's time, and if he is offended, I would like to withdraw my comment.
Madam Clerk. More introductions. Chilwa Kent.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Yesterday we celebrated my daughter Aurora's 14th birthday. It was her second COVID birthday, as she put it, and counted down the 2 weeks leading up to it. And so I just want to say happy birthday to my daughter, who we call Rory, and we're looking forward to her 15th birthday next year. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtney East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25 years ago today, I was the best man for my best friend at a great little wedding in Dublin in the Kilkenny region. And it was quite an event. There are lots of great landscapes and waterscapes in Ireland, but I'll never forget the pub crawls that we had there on his wedding, before his wedding. And I just wanted to wish John and Orla Cullen a great 25th wedding anniversary. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 9, entitled Finance Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2021, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Finance Statutes Amendment Act number 2, 2021. Companies, societies, credit unions, and cooperative associations have dealt with unique challenges this past year. Last spring, this government took steps to support them by issuing ministerial orders, removing legislative barriers to meet electronically. Today's proposed amendments will permanently remove the legislative barriers, giving companies, societies, credit unions, and cooperative associations the flexibility to meet virtually when it is preferred or when it is necessary. We've been mindful of the requirements of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act as we have developed this legislation. We have done an assessment of this legislation as it relates to aligning with the Declaration. These proposed amendments will not have unique impacts on Indigenous peoples. We've consulted with Indigenous partners to seek their input and their perspectives, and we have notified Treaty First Nations of the proposed amendments. In crafting the proposed amendments, we have consulted with relevant stakeholders, including corporate legal counsel for businesses and societies, cooperative associations, credit unions, the BC Financial Services Authority, and Indigenous partners. Mr. Speaker, there is considerable support for these amendments and their potential to support businesses and communities in economic recovery.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. Those participating remotely, have your voting cards ready, please. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you heard the motion. All in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2018, I attended the Richmond SOGI 123 public consultation as a member of public. In front of me were a group of youth joking and chatting. I was impressed that they were talking and taking interest in the consultation. However, the enthusiasm died once the consultation started. Some of the members of the public, in the name of family value, fanatically attempted to outperform one another by sharing their homophobic, transphobic, and biphobic views while demonizing the community. The youth sat in front of me, held each other, shivered, and broke down and cried. My heart was deeply broken by their pain. I cannot imagine what they were going through. When COVID-19 first arrived in BC, hate crime against Asian people rose exponentially. Many Asian Canadians have been victims of despicable and unprovoked violence. And many British Columbians and community leaders have stood up and spoke out against this hate. On the 10th of May, I joined allies and advocates across the nation, and together we made a public stance against anti-Asian hate crimes and racism. I'm genuinely grateful for all of those who bravely stood with us in our time of need. Yes, some of the people I have seen speaking out against anti-Asian racism are the same people who in the past attacked and demonized LGBTQSQ+ community members on social media. The fight against hate cannot be selective. No matter how one addresses it, hate is hate. When one oppresses another's right to embrace who they are, a little bit of humanity dies within the oppressor. May 17th is an International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. Today, I'm humbly asking everyone who was an ally against anti-Asian hate crimes to please continue to stand in solidarity with the LGBTQSQ+ community, to fight against hate, violence, and discrimination. Let us bring a banner to defend our neighbors, friends, and families. Everyone should be able to be who they are and love who they love without fear. Together, in solidarity, we can overcome hate with acceptance, appreciation, and love. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Penticton.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. May 16th to 22nd is recognized here in British Columbia as Local Government Awareness Week, an ongoing initiative to generate awareness and education to the public about the roles and responsibilities of local government and encourage the public to participate in local government processes. Every day, British Columbians and Canadians experience the benefits of our local government to bring to our communities, and yet many are still too unfamiliar with the key role that local government plays in our everyday lives. Local governments ensure services are delivered quickly and efficiently, play a key role in building essential infrastructure, including streets, sidewalks, water systems, local transportation, schools, public safety, recreational facilities, to help British Columbians thrive and grow. And while our local MLAs and MPs play an integral part of the political system, there's our municipal councillors and the elected officials who truly live and advocate for their communities that they share with their citizens. And they encourage local participation and they drive the fundamental changes that make the places we call home better. Our local governments are also where many of us began our careers and build our passion for politics. Many of our colleagues who we share in the House today first started as local city councillors, mayors, and a wide variety of positions in our local government. I look back on my time as a Penticton City Councillor, a mayor, and a member of the regional district fondly. The insight and community connections I developed during that time have been invaluable to me as an MLA, and I'm proud to continue to serve many of the same citizens today. So today, let's honor and recognize the 162 municipalities in the 27 regional districts in British Columbia and the amazing work that they do, both urban and rural, to urban and rural populations in all corners of our province every day. And let's do our best to continually work together with our peers in local government for all the citizens of British Columbia. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first met Jessie, she came across as a poised, well-spoken, together young woman with big ambitions and the chops to pull it off. She'd just done a TEDx talk and was highly engaged in her post-secondary studies. She exuded confidence. I was really surprised when she shared with me that that was not always the case. Jessie was a kid whose teen years were beyond rough. Her mum was struggling with addictions, and Jessie bounced from foster home to foster home, got very involved in drugs and alcohol, and was close to dropping out of high school for good. Lucky for Jessie and the hundreds of kids like her that have found their way to this program, she got connected with Take a Hike, and it was life-altering. Take a Hike engages vulnerable youth by simultaneously focusing on 4 things: clinical counseling, outdoor adventure, academics, and community. Youth go through a process of gaining self-understanding and come to see the need for personal change. This leads to incredible growth. Youth are re-engaged in school and community, and on average, 90% of Take a Hike youth graduate from high school. In fact, in 2019, that number was as high as 97%, compared with the provincial graduation rate of 84%. Through Take a Hike, Jessie became a serious outdoors woman. When Jessie's mum died, she'd been invited to join a group of youth to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, and instead of cancelling, Jessie did go, and she took her mother's ashes with her, releasing her and her grief into the African sky. The support Jessie experienced at Take a Hike helped her develop social and emotional skills and improve her physical and mental well-being. She attributes much of her current success to this excellent program. And while Take a Hike is located in my riding, they have programming in Burnaby, North Delta, and Nanaimo, with further plans to expand. Please join me in this House today in recognizing the excellent work of Take a Hike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one should ever feel afraid to be their true and authentic self. Yet the persistence of homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia in our communities can force individuals to hide who they are or have them fear for their safety. Actions and situations no one should face. Today is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, and I ask all members of the House to join me in supporting the important efforts of the LGBTQ2S+ community to eliminate hate and to commit to the fight to have a more inclusive British Columbia, Canada, and the world. It's undeniable that there has been a long history of homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia here in BC, and too many members of the LGBTQ2S+ community continue to face hate, discrimination, and sadly, in some cases, violence just for being themselves. Basic human rights are non-negotiable, whether someone is queer, transgender, gender non-conforming, gay, bisexual, two-spirit. None of this should impact somebody's ability to feel and to be welcome in British Columbia, to find employment, access education, to have the right to a high quality of life free from discrimination. The theme for this year's International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia is Together, Resisting, Supporting, and Healing. It's a powerful statement that by standing together, we can combat fear and discrimination. By working together and committing to inclusion and acceptance, we can ensure all members of the LGBTQ2S+ community feel safe to be themselves, to express their gender identities, and love who they love. To those members of this House who have faced this discrimination and felt fear, I stand with you. On this day, we highlight, and for every day, we ask that members of this House stand as allies against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. Thank you.
Member for Coquitlam, Burke Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, this week has been proclaimed Local Government Awareness Week in the province of British Columbia. That means it's time to recognize and raise awareness about local governments and the critical role they have in building healthy, resilient communities throughout British Columbia. Local governments have direct impact on the day-to-day lives of people and communities by providing good governance, public services, and by fostering economic, social, and environmental well-being. They deliver the services people depend on in their daily lives. Everything that's essential, from fire and police services, garbage collection, recycling, roadworks, development permits, and city parks. Mr. Speaker, I know how important cities are to residents. I served on Coquitlam City Council from 2002 to 2009. I saw firsthand how hard city staff work delivering the services we all rely on every day. Local government is noted for being accountable and accessible to its citizens and for being fiscally prudent. And throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, local governments have been on the front lines delivering those services, keeping communities healthy and safe, supporting economic recovery, and providing leadership and guidance. Local Government Awareness Week is sponsored and supported by the Union of BC Municipalities, local government partners, and the Province of British Columbia. This year, Local Government Awareness Week includes Asset Management Awareness Day on May 19th to recognize sound asset management practices and ensure that community needs are secure today and for future generations. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to all local governments. We know how hard the pandemic has been on your communities. Your leadership and the work of your staff matters. I encourage everyone to reach out to your community leaders during Local Government Awareness Week and thank them for their hard work, perseverance, and guidance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I wanted to take a moment to celebrate 4 or 5 years of very hard work and to recognize a very committed group of people. Committed enough that many of them not only attend school and complete hours of homework and assignments, but also very much committed to performing hours of practicum work, which is an important part of their education. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to all graduates of all the programs that have had to go through these challenging times. These programs are very well reputed for developing incredible groups of nurses, care aides, and caregivers that will be welcome to facilities all over this province. I'm sure that the challenges under normal circumstances are daunting, but I can only imagine the challenges of learning to become a nurse or a care aide in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic. I've watched one individual work very hard over the past years, and I've watched her and her fellow classmates meet each challenge with vigor and unstoppable enthusiasm every single step of the way. I've also watched these future nurses and care aide workers grow and work closer to their goal of providing quality healthcare in our province. We're talking about a group of very dedicated people that are finally graduating this year, Mr. Speaker. This year's grad class will be distinguished forever for having lived and learned throughout one of the worst public health crises of all times. These soon-to-be graduates should be admired for their determination to pursue a medical profession, especially with all the risks that it carries during this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, may I request a warm congratulations to one graduate in particular, my daughter Miranda Dirksen, one of the province's newest RNs and one of the latest graduates of the UNBC nursing class of 2021, and further ask all members to join me in congratulating Miranda's classmates at UNBC and of course all the nurses and care aides graduating in 2021.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, British Columbians were appalled to learn from the media details of a policy decision to deliberately delay the declaration of COVID-19 outbreaks in long-term care homes. Today, 192 families are asking questions about whether more could have been done to prevent their family members from dying of COVID-19. These families deserve answers. Will the Premier tell these 192 families why this policy change was implemented and families were left in the dark?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. First of all, to all of those families and to all of those in long-term care who have lost their lives or been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's not a single person living in long-term care who hasn't been so affected. You are always in our thoughts. And those people, that group of people, or who inspire our medical health officers every day to do the work that they do. With respect to our medical health officers, they receive, with respect to the determining of whether an outbreak has occurred or not, years of training. And we put in their hands those important judgments. And I think most people would agree they've done an excellent job. In every case where an outbreak occurs, our healthcare workers move towards the outbreak in order to support people living in those circumstances and the staff dealing with it. With respect to the enhanced surveillance protocols that were put in place, these measures were to ensure immediate action took place when even there was a suggestion of an exposure. This did not change the fact that public health leaders and medical health officers would declare an outbreak where appropriate, but it ensured that action was taken immediately. That was the intention of it. That is what occurred. Obviously, we learn every day, about the COVID-19 pandemic and what to do better. But I think our public health teams in terms of long-term care have repeatedly made changes to try and keep people as safe as possible while ensuring the highest possible quality of life. And I'm very proud of our medical health teams and all the work that they do.
Leader of the official opposition on a supplemental.
Well, to be perfectly clear, this isn't about healthcare workers. It's not about how hard everyone's been trying. It is about a specific policy direction that was given. And so while I appreciate the minister's answer, it's not good enough. It's simply not good enough. Families deserve a full public accounting about what happened. Media reports show that policy direction was given to not make infections public. And in fact, attempts were made to keep them secret from residents, from families, and even fellow workers. And to the minister's comments, on average, it's reported that it took almost 5 days before facilities across health authorities realized the disease had spread beyond the first infected worker, and they belatedly imposed outbreak lockdowns. This is the government that buried a long-term care report during an unnecessary pandemic election. And now this. This is a pattern of behavior. It's about delay, distract, and ultimately deny. So today, there is no denying that there are many heartbroken families. They have questions, they are legitimate, and they deserve an answer. So will the Premier get up today, and will he explain exactly what his government knew, when they knew it, and why on earth it was kept, and families were kept in the dark?
Minister of Health.
Honorable Speaker, I have family in long-term care. I can tell you that families are not kept in the dark. These moments when outbreaks occur are some of the worst moments. They are for medical health officers, they are for those working in care homes, and most importantly, they are for residents and for their families. They are very challenging moments, and measures are taken immediately, and those measures have increased and improved since the beginning of the pandemic. Now, Honorable Speaker, when I became Minister of Health, 87% of care homes were below standard in terms of staffing, and we've taken action to change that. When I became Minister of Health, employees in care homes were treated worse than almost all other employees in BC. We took action together, unanimously, and changed that. We brought in a single site order. We put in some of the best infection control in the country, and the losses still, in spite of all of the efforts of medical health officers, all the efforts of our healthcare teams, have been so deep. There's not a day that goes by that anyone involved, from family members to staff to residents, doesn't mourn those losses. We do every single day. And that's why such significant efforts were made. And yes, changes were made in the measures that were taken during the pandemic. For example, on June 30th, we restored social visits. In the beginning of March, we restored much more significantly visits to long-term care. We made changes along the way in terms of infection control as we learn more about the pandemic. That's what our trained medical health officers do. They make decisions on outbreaks based on the evidence, and they fight every single day to ensure that residents are protected. I'm proud of them. And at the same time, I recognize the profound loss that so many people feel in BC.
Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to the minister, measures were not taken immediately. Outbreaks were hidden. 192. That's how many seniors passed away from COVID-19 under this government's policy to deliberately delay the declaration of an outbreak in long-term care homes. More than 1,000. That's how many people were infected. And the government's approach was to cover it up. The only reason we know about this today is because the government was forced to turn over documents through FOI. Will the Premier please explain why the government concealed the policies that cost lives in long-term care homes?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, I think with, as the member says, all due respect, the suggestion that the efforts, the immediate efforts of our medical health teams, of our provincial health officer, of our public health system in responding to these situations, to COVID-19 in long-term care and to outbreaks in long-term care, caused this loss of life is not supported by the evidence. And I think it's important for us, of course, to have these discussions seriously. Of course, it's important that we be held accountable. It's also important that people not make statements and accusations about people who move towards the crisis when it occurs, not away from it, but towards it, who make very challenging decisions to protect and respect people living in long-term care in their homes, and as well to ensure that to a maximum degree infection control is put in place, that we deal with this debate in a respectful and a thoughtful way. From the beginning of the pandemic, that's precisely what our medical health officers have done across BC. And I think with great respect, as the member says, more respect is due to them for those considerable efforts.
Member for Kelowna Mission on a supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't about the public health officers. I am actually talking about the actions of this health minister. The health minister who now says that he will, quote, look into this important matter, end quote. Well, I believe he should have been looking into it when this policy was developed last October. But instead, he was campaigning because of the Premier's pandemic election. Some facilities waited up to 2 weeks between the first staff case and declaring an outbreak. And in the worst case at Little Mountain Care Home, 41 seniors lost their lives. Will the Premier tell these families why the government concealed the risk these seniors were facing?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I could not disagree more with the member's really extraordinary criticism and attack on our public health teams and our public health professionals. The actions that have been taken with respect to protecting people in long-term care, actions that have meant that our record, when compared virtually to anywhere else in Canada and across North America, and indeed where long-term care systems exist, have led to lower mortality rates than anywhere else. Those actions, I think, are worthy of respect. To conflate issues in this way, when the stakes are so high, when so many people lost their lives, when the impact was so great on everyone involved, but especially residents and their families, I think is the wrong approach. I take a pretty serious approach, and not a day goes by, not an hour goes by, when Dr. Bonnie Henry when our teams in the health authorities, myself as Minister of Health, and I know members of this House and members of the opposition as well, don't think about long-term care and what more we can do in long-term care. And that's why such extraordinary measures were taken before the pandemic and why such extraordinary measures have been taken during the pandemic here in British Columbia. It is a tragic situation indeed when anyone passes away from COVID-19. But I think our teams have done and the balance of events shows this, in difficult circumstances, when the declaration of outbreaks have profound effects on people as well and their health. They've done a very, very good job.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm listening very closely to the questions and the responses because I think this is something that British Columbians are very concerned with. And the report that came out by Ian Young for the South China Morning Post found that from November to February, 192 British Columbians died in long-term care homes in Vancouver Coastal and Fraser Health under a change in policy where authorities did not declare outbreaks when an employee first tested positive for COVID-19. These are important questions to be asking, and I think that they merit a response from the minister that acknowledges that British Columbians, citizens, do have a right to know and understand these decisions, and that government is recognizing the seriousness of the implications of these decisions. As has been identified by the official opposition, the investigation found that it took on average 4.7 days between when an employee tested positive and when care homes found that the case had spread beyond the first individual and into the wider community. And it's challenging, Honourable Speaker, to hear the term enhanced surveillance being used to describe less communication and less monitoring and testing during a pandemic. So my question, Honourable Speaker, is through you to the Minister of Health. What was the goal of this strategy, and was that goal met?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I absolutely agree with the member that a serious debate is required. With respect to outbreaks in long-term care, from the beginning of the pandemic, our medical health officers took a rigorous and disciplined approach throughout the pandemic. And that was reflected in the declaration of outbreaks frequently, where there was only one case and only ever one case. With respect to those healthcare facilities that were subject to the enhanced protocols or the enhanced surveillance, they had different names in the two health authorities. Many of those cases, in fact, 80% of those where such a technique was applied, resulted in no outbreaks, and others resulted in outbreaks. And this is what occurred. But when the member says that no action was taken, in fact, very significant action was taken immediately, and then more action was taken as they went forward. These were the judgments made by the people that we put in these positions, medical health officers with 5 years of training and deep experience who make very difficult decisions about outbreaks, decisions that have implications in every sense, implications for the people who live in long-term care and for whom it's their home on the one hand, and the need to keep people protected. And I think our approach in British Columbia has been the right approach. That means from time to time that medical health officers make changes in their approach to it, for example, with respect to recommendations about visitors in BC. And these are the decisions we would expect them to make in order to help keep people safe, but also to recognize the profound impact of the pandemic on everyone in long-term care in every way, even those ways beyond COVID-19.
Leader of the third party on the supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I think that it's important to note that there were 42 outbreaks during this period in long-term care homes, 1,000 cases, and as has been pointed out, over 190 deaths. Before November 9th, 2020, Fraser Health was directing its long-term care homes to treat one positive COVID-19 case as an outbreak and to impose tight restrictions on its staff and residents. After November 9th, the directive was relaxed. In the week before this decision, BC's 7-day average for cases was growing exponentially. The government made a choice to relax outbreak standards in long-term care homes in the middle of the growing second wave of COVID-19. That choice was questioned at the time by both BC's seniors advocate, Isabel Mackenzie, and Terry Lake, the chief executive of the BC Care Providers Association. Both advocated at the time for more testing and brought their concerns about the repercussions of this policy change to the Minister of Health. My question through you, Honourable Speaker, is to the Minister of Health. Why were the rules relaxed for long-term care homes in a growing second wave? Who made the choice, and was it approved by the Minister?
Minister of Health.
The decisions around whether an outbreak is declared are statutorily the responsibility of medical health officers under the direction of the provincial health officer. And I support the provincial health officer. And I support medical health officers. And I will continue to do so. With respect to Isabel Mackenzie, during this period, she was not wrong or right to do that, strongly advocating for more visitation in long-term care and, in effect, a relaxation of some of the measures that were in place in order to deal with the social consequences of COVID-19. The idea that Isabel Mackenzie, and I don't think this has been suggested, I don't think by either Ms. Mackenzie or by Terry Lake that they came to me and talked to me about this in particular, is just not correct. I don't believe, I don't have any recollection of it, and I don't think it's true. I think they were arguing for different things, and that's a different discussion. We shouldn't conflate these issues. These issues are very serious, and the provincial health officer consistently has taken a strong position in BC with respect to the declaration of outbreaks in long-term care, and will continue to do so.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week, without warning, the government cut the Climate Action Revenue Incentive Program, gutting support for local action to fight climate change. UBCM President Brian Frenkel says not only are communities puzzled, but there was absolutely no consultation at all before this decision. Mr. Speaker, to the Premier, can he explain why he didn't even bother to consult before cutting local climate action?
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question and enabling us to have a discussion in this House about the very critical and important role that local governments play in climate action. Mr. Speaker, we all should be very proud of what local governments are doing to tackle climate change, and we know that communities are on the front lines of climate change. Mr. Speaker, CAREP was introduced over a decade ago to encourage and incentivize local governments to sign on to BC's Climate Action Charter and to begin reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. And Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, CAREP has done that heavy lifting, and now we have 187 of BC's communities out of 190 local governments that have signed on to the Climate Action Charter. As a former mayor and a longtime advocate for climate change and climate action, I can tell you that much has changed in that past decade. And so now, Mr. Speaker, we want to build on our record investments into Clean BC and in climate action and work with local governments to support other pillars of the Climate Action Charter. Mr. Speaker, we know that local governments want to take action on creating more compact, efficient communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2021, we have set aside $11 million to do that work and to work with local governments. I'm really looking forward to working with local governments on that and hope to have much more to say soon. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The timing of this is unusual as emissions have gone up every year under the NDP government. This is Local Government Awareness Week. The minister tweeted about it and hypocritically claimed she is proud to work with BC's local governments. but then ignores them and cuts important funding that they need. This defines hypocrisy. She should listen to the Climate Caucus and the UBCM Committee on Climate Action, who are saying that funding that she cut was foundational to their efforts. 7 months ago, she was part of the leadership of that committee. The District of Saanich has written to the Minister and the Premier to say that this was, quote, extremely unexpected, and it is clear that local governments have not been engaged, end quote. So why is this Premier betraying local governments on climate action?
Member, be careful about the language we use in the question asking. Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yes, I'm absolutely proud of the work that I've done as a former local government leader and on a number of different climate solutions panels or committees. And the work that local governments are doing to this effect is absolutely extraordinary. So, Mr. Speaker, this is about listening to and working with local governments, communities of all sizes across BC. But, Mr. Speaker, there is one more year of CAREP funding coming. So this decision gives us the months to come to renew and to transition our relationship and support for local governments as we all work together to tackle climate change. Mr. Speaker, we should be very proud of what local governments do. I'm certainly very proud to be the Minister of Municipal Affairs and to work with a government that listens to communities and is working with them to tackle climate change. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would suggest to the Minister that listening to and working with local governments is not about slashing programs which local governments have been embracing for over 10 years without any consultation. And before the minister crows too much about the NDP's record on climate, she might want to be advised that emissions have gone up every single year under the NDP. Their plan has a 44% gap in actually achieving their 2030 emissions reduction target, and they ended revenue neutrality on the carbon tax. Not a record that they should be too proud of. Mr. Speaker, here we go again. Last week it was the fruit and vegetable program. This week, again without consultation, this government is cutting a successful program that's doing good environmental work at the local level. Communities across BC have embraced this program, and they've counted on it for its steady annual funding to fight climate change. Even in the letter the minister wrote to municipalities about her decision to cut the program, she boasted about its success, saying, and I quote, 50 local governments reported achieving carbon neutrality, end quote. As New Westminster Councillor Patrick Johnstone says, and I quote, it's the only data source we have for how cities are doing on their greenhouse reduction. You can't manage what you don't count, end quote. So again, Mr. Speaker, last week it was fruit and vegetables. This week, why is the Premier betraying local communities by eliminating this very successful and very important local climate action program?
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, the CAREP program is winding down this year, and we have the coming year to talk to local governments about other ways and additional ways to support them in the Climate Action Charter, including the creation of compact, complete communities, a pillar of the Climate Action Charter that, Mr. Speaker, we have set aside $11 million in funding in this year's budget to develop and deliver and work with and support local governments. But, Mr. Speaker, CAREP is not the only way that we've been funding local governments and supporting them in their work. And Mr. Speaker, over the last decade, much has changed. It is time to renew, to transition, to work with local governments in ways that suit today, not just a decade ago. So, Mr. Speaker, over the last decade, we have created the BC Climate Action Toolkit. We have invested just recently over $63 million in partnership with the federal government through the Clean BC Communities Program to support local governments in their efforts to create more energy efficient and switch to clean energy. Mr. Speaker, we've boosted active transportation infrastructure with an $18 million investment, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, we know how important it is to work with our partners, local governments. I'm absolutely committed to doing that, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, 7 months ago, as the mayor
Member for Kamloops South Thompson, on supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 months ago, as the mayor of Tofino, her community benefited from this local climate action program. But the first thing she does as minister is she goes and cuts it. She was a mayor, and she was part of the leadership of the UBCM Committee on Climate Action. She knows how important this program is, but she's cutting it. Now, Doug Smith is the Director of Sustainability at the City of Vancouver, and his team has lost half its operating budget because the minister has cut this successful and critical program. As Doug Smith points out, and I quote, "This was a surprise for the City of Vancouver. The difference with this money, it's not something you apply for and you hope you get. When you're talking climate change, that's not viable," end quote. So the question again to the Premier is, will the Premier admit that he has misfired yet again, and will he direct his Minister of Municipal Affairs to not proceed with cancelling this important and successful local climate action program today?
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you once again, Honourable Speaker. And let me reiterate just how important local governments are in tackling climate change and the battle that we have before us as all orders of government. Mr. Speaker, so much has changed over the past decade. I've heard from a number of different local governments over the past week and a real range of responses. Mr. Speaker, we know we need to listen to local governments, and we know we need to know how to support them in the actions that they want to take. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes that does mean renewal and transition and change. Mr. Speaker, I'm so committed to sitting down and having those conversations with local governments. I think the member opposite knows that. He knows where I'm coming from, and he knows just how passionate and committed I am to this file. So, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what I'm going to do with my colleagues in this government. So proud during this week, Local Government Awareness Week, to continue and renew that commitment to working with local governments. Thank you.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Legion is dedicated to service. Members who have served by protecting our country, but also by providing service to our communities. The Legion is looking for assistance through the Circuit Breaker program, but the province has said no. And I have learned that they are not the only veterans that do not qualify. The Army, Navy, and Air Force organization also does not qualify. They wrote to the Premier, quote, "We find that the Legions of BC are being discriminated against by our exclusion from the same grants that are available to our industry association colleagues in BC's beleaguered hospitality industry," end quote. The first time we asked the government to fix it, all we got was a condescending response that the Premier really likes the Legions. Well, that doesn't pay the bills, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Premier. Will he do the right thing and fix his bungling so Legions and Anafets can qualify for the assistance they need to survive?
Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I do like Legions, so that was a fair comment. I joined the Legion in 1979, and I defy anyone in here to match that except perhaps a member for Abbotsford West. But the member puts the question forward in good faith, and I appreciate that. And I also understand the challenges that the Legion is facing as a result of COVID-19. It's dropped off all of the activities, whether it's renting halls for weddings, for dances, for the regular gatherings, whether it be Battle of the Atlantic. Remembrance Days were not, the last Remembrance Day was not like any other we've ever had. So I appreciate the intent with which the members asked the question, and I've been working with ministers on this side of the House and the federal government to try and find ways for not-for-profits to benefit from the myriad of programs that we have in place. Now, I appreciate that you're going to ask me a supplemental question, so I'm going to sit down so you can do that. But our commitment on this side of the House, Honourable Speaker, is to make sure that we are working with everyone in the community, not-for-profits, businesses, communities, individuals, so that we can get through this pandemic together. And we're very, very, very close to seeing the end of it. I hope it happens soon before the next question.
Member for Abbotsford South, supplemental question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for actually standing up and answering a question today. I appreciate it. But there seems to be that maybe the Premier has not bothered to read the letter. So here's another quote. The Legions of BC are facing the same threat of closure, laying off of staff,
inability to pay for utilities, and to pay for property taxes, end quote. These veterans who have sacrificed so much aren't asking for anything extra, Mr. Speaker. They just want to be treated the same as everyone else. There are 141 Legions and 18 Anavets in BC that are asking for the Premier's respect and help. So again, to the Premier, will you do the right thing and show these veterans the respect they deserve and allow them to apply to the Circuit Breaker program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the intent of the question. We have been working with the not-for-profit sector from the beginning of the pandemic. The Economic Recovery Task Force included representatives from the not-for-profit sector because of the profound impact mostly volunteers have had as a result of COVID-19, mostly aged volunteers, and particularly when it comes to Legions right across British Columbia. So protecting those individuals is a very high priority. Making sure that they will be sustained throughout and beyond the pandemic is why the e-commerce program was put in place. The emergency rent subsidy was put in place. They can access that. The emergency wage subsidy, they can access that. But with respect to the circuit breaker and the impact on food and beverage, which I think is the intent of the question. And I know that's a core business for the Legion to make sure that they get the dollars in the door so they can pay for all the important programs they put in place to make sure our veterans live in the dignity and the respect that they deserve. I will take the question to my colleagues and bring it back to this House at an early opportunity. But what I don't like, Honourable Speaker, and what I'm confident that the member, as a new member, did not intend, to denigrate anyone's respect for those who have put their lives on the line to protect liberty so that we can sit in this House is a little bit off the line, and if he doesn't mind, I'd ask him to withdraw that comment.
The bell ends the question period. Members, the question period is over. Members will come to order. All members will come to order. Members, during this morning's sitting, the member for Abbotsford West raised a point of order regarding comments that the member of Courtney Comox made during debate on the private member's motion under consideration by the House. The comments in question relate to the Commission of Inquiry into Money Laundering in British Columbia, and the member for Abbotsford West drew the Chair's attention to Standing Order 40 and the Sub Judice Convention. The Chair took the matter under advisement. I have reviewed this morning's transcript of proceedings and wish to provide further guidance to all members on the Sub Judice Convention and its application to proceedings of the House. Strictly speaking, sub judice is a Latin term that means under judicial consideration. As noted in Parliamentary Practice in British Columbia, 5th edition, at page 176, and I quote, "The Sub Judice Convention is a self-imposed restraint exercised by the Legislative Assembly that provides that the Assembly does not debate on matters before a court of law in order to refrain from prejudicing in any manner proceedings not before the Assembly," end of quote. Our procedural authority also outlines from pages 179 to 181 the application of the Sub Judice Convention to administrative tribunals, royal commissions, and commissions of inquiry. The precedents established in this House through Speaker's rulings dating as far back as 1956 have been ones where caution is encouraged. In a ruling delivered on January 26, 1977, Speaker Smith noted, and I quote, "A matter referred to a royal commission is not subject to a question on the floor of the House," end of quote, and further noted, quote, "The same rule is applicable to a matter referred to a commission of inquiry," end of quote. More recently, in 2010, the President of the National Assembly of Quebec ruled that, quote, "A member may, in general manner, refer to a matter that is the subject of an inquiry. However, when approaching the heart of the matter, a member may not make remarks that could be prejudicial to any person or party," end of quote. I encourage all members of this House to adhere to the same guidance. I thank the member for Abbotsford West for raising a point of order on this matter. His point is well taken. I urge all members of this House to be mindful of the Sub Judice Convention and to impose a restraint in debate on matters before the Commission of Inquiry into Money Laundering in British Columbia until such time that the work of the Commission has concluded. Madam Clerk. House Leader, Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to a point of order, earlier today when the member from Abbotsford West raised this and the member from Courtenay Comox addressed the Assembly at the beginning, the point of order raised was also not seeking an apology. It was seeking a withdrawal of the comments that were 100% non-factual around the release of documents to the Commission, and so that still remains outstanding from the member from Courtenay Comox, and I would like to rise to bring that to the Chair's attention.
Members, the Chair has made the ruling, and the Chair is going to adhere to the statement that we have made, and I urge all members to follow those comments, guidance that the Chair has provided. Premier.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to reserve my right to raise a point of personal privilege.
So noted. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued committee on Bill 13, Employment Standards Act, and in the Section A, Douglas Fir Room, I call the estimates for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and in Section C, the Birch Room, I call the estimates of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
All right, members, I'd like to call the committee to order. We're here with Bill 13, the Employment Standards Amendment Act number 2, 2021, and last we were discussing Clause 1. Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 1.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I suspect, well, there's the Minister. When we left off, I had asked the Minister a question about whether or not the new public policy enshrined in the bill, in the sections, had been reviewed by Treasury Board, and whilst he gave a very flattering commentary about my time in this place, what he unfortunately did not do was answer the question, so here's a chance for him to do so.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think I tried to answer the question to the member last time we were in the House. I take the same position that it is not able to provide information about cabinet deliberation or materials used in those deliberations, nor any of its committees.
Being here, I can't hear the questions being asked.
Except to say that all appropriate processes are being followed when we develop these legislations.
Just for those, I'm hearing some other voices, so if the minister can make sure that they're able to communicate not onto the feed, that would be appropriate, as they would have to be called strangers for this moment, but they're not in this room. So anyways, moving on. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The last day, the member indicated that usual procedures were followed. What we're seeking to ascertain is whether, in the context of this government, particularly since its re-election in October of last year, what usual procedure actually represents. I am well acquainted with the conventions and the rules around this place and would not seek to inquire as to the nature of discussion or debate that would have happened at the cabinet table or at the table of the Treasury Board. My question, though, is very specific. In the case of public policy that the minister has confirmed in these debates would, at a minimum, add an additional cost over the next 7 months of $320 million, whether that policy was reviewed by Treasury Board.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think the member acknowledged and he understands what kind of information I'm able to divulge. But I can assure him that the ministry developed not only this piece of legislation, any legislation using government processes and undertake appropriate steps that are needed to draft and advance any bill, including this particular bill.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, that's still not an answer to the question. I can ask an even more general question then. What is the threshold by which programs of expenditure in this government that the minister serves in as a member of cabinet, what is the threshold at which review by Treasury Board is required for a program of expenditure?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think the member asked the same question in a different form. I have answered the question. He knows the process. Anytime bill comes before this House, it follows the processes of cabinet, of all the other government processes that are needed to go through, all the appropriate steps that are needed to advance the bill to this particular stage. And we've done all of that.
Member on Clause 1.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, candidly, I'm becoming increasingly suspicious, Mr. Speaker. I know what the processes were. That is certainly the case. I know this, that under a previous administration, an expenditure of this magnitude would have required analysis and approval by the Treasury Board. I know that there is a Treasury Board for this government. And what the minister seems to be saying to this committee is, it's none of your business. Now, the committee is not entitled to know, and I grant the minister this, the committee is not entitled to know the nature of the advice received, if any. It is not entitled to know the details of any discussion that took place. But the committee is entitled to know whether or not an expenditure of this magnitude was examined, reviewed, and approved by the Treasury Board of the Government of British Columbia. Was it or wasn't it?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the member is asking something, and I have answered that question. Cabinet processes and materials are subject to cabinet privilege, and we follow the processes that are required to draft a bill and come to the House, and that's what I'm advising this member.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Well, Mr. Chair, the minister has done no such thing and is beginning to look ridiculous. If the answer is no, if the public policy that has given rise to Bill 13 and the bill itself and the provisions and the costs that are accruing to government, because we are, by the minister's own admission, talking about significant costs accruing to the Crown. If all of this has come about without analysis and approval by Treasury Board, that's a simple question to answer, and an entirely appropriate question to answer. The minister keeps talking about these magical processes. Well, we don't know what those processes are. The minister has to enlighten us. That's why we have a committee, Mr. Speaker. I know what the processes were, but I have no idea what the threshold for public expenditures are for involvement of Treasury Board. I'll ask again, is there a threshold? Can the minister simply decide to enact policy in this government that will cost the Crown hundreds of millions of dollars without the approval of Treasury Board? Is that the process?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think the member want me to answer this question in a certain way, but I'm advising this House that the ministry developed this important legislation using government processes and undertaken appropriate steps to draft and advance this bill. And that's why this bill is before us. And we follow those processes that are required for government to draft a bill and bring it to the House. And processes has not changed since the last time they were in government.
Member for Abbotsford West.
And does that process include a review and approval by Treasury Board?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And this member from all knows what those processes were, and I'm advised those processes have not changed.
Member Abbotsford West.
I am assuming, therefore, that Treasury Board approved, reviewed and approved this policy. Is that correct?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And as member said, he knows what the processes were, and I am advised those processes remain in place in order to draft a piece of legislation and government expenditure. And that's the process we used.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Well, look, I have known the minister for some time, Mr. Chair, and I mean, I say this respectfully, but he sounds ridiculous. I think people are entitled, not I think, I know people are entitled to know. The Treasury Board is a statutorily created body charged with the task of approving public expenditures, and the minister's refusal to state one way or another, to state clearly one way or another whether the officials, the talented individuals, the analysts, never mind the political membership on the Treasury Board, but the talented group of analysts that populate the Treasury Board Secretariat, the minister's refusal to indicate to this committee and through this committee to the public whether or not that group of individuals and analysis were involved in reviewing this proposal and assisting with the quantification of its cost makes the minister look ridiculous, and by the way, also casts doubt on much of the information he has provided to this committee, because he says, he gives the committee a number, and by the way, these numbers are not insignificant for the moment they relate to costs accruing to government, but for reasons that my colleague and the leader of the third party are going to explore a little later, they are entirely relevant going forward to the private sector, who may end up bearing the brunt of those costs because the bill is silent on those matters. So the minister's refusal to answer a basic question about fiscal safeguards leaves this committee wondering just how reliable any of this information is. The minister says, quantifies the cost over the next 7 months at $320 million, about $45.7 million we talked about per month, and we talked about how he came up with that figure. Was that figure reviewed at all by Treasury Board?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the member knows that the material that goes to the Cabinet Committee, the Treasury Board, is not that I have the ability to divulge. He knows the reasons. These are Cabinet privileges. But we as a government, picked $20 million because based on what this will provide, we know that that based on average wage in British Columbia, that would cover majority of the workers that we are trying to cover here who don't have a sick leave provision at workplaces. And the cost that would be to the Treasury is what I was advised, and we are going with that. That is a fair position to take, and that is a balanced approach to take, and it will cover majority of the work that we want to cover. Those who are at the lower end of wage scale and don't have any sick leave provision. So that's how we came up with those numbers.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, again, with the greatest respect, if the Minister says once more that I know the processes, I'm going to ask him to stop misleading the House. No one on this committee that doesn't sit in Cabinet or doesn't sit on the government side of the House knows the processes, and the Minister's refusal to answer a basic question about whether or not the expenditure of public monies in the amounts contemplated here triggers a review and approval by Treasury Board represents, in my respectful view, a measure of contempt, actually, for the work that committees like this are charged to do. But I also, it is clear to me, and I suspect other members of the committee, that the Minister does not want to answer the question, and I'll say it. He doesn't want to answer the question because it's abundantly clear that Treasury Board wasn't involved. And were that not the case, he'd be more than happy to disclose to the committee the work undertaken by Treasury Board. I'm going to ask the Minister to help me with a little bit of math. He has again repeated and confirmed the $320 million figure. When I extrapolate from that, I do so as follows, that's roughly $45 million a month. So over the course of a 12-month period, that would be just under $550 million, plus any costs in excess of the $200 per day, $200 per day threshold, and that is to provide the 3 days paid leave. So I'll ask the Minister to confirm my math based on that $320 million for the 3 days paid medical leave, working out to just over $45 million a month, $549 million, plus any additional amount that would accrue above and beyond the $200 million figure. Are those, is that math correct?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. If the member wants to throw insults here and get personal, that's his prerogative. I could easily come back and say what the definition of contempt towards the working people is. This member who actually is the one who is the architect of that. Go back to 16 years of contempt that this member and the government showed towards the working people. And I think what he's doing today, through you, Mr. Speaker, is again throwing contempt towards the working people, because what this bill is about is giving workers time off work when they are sick without fear of losing money, losing wages, Mr. Speaker. That is good for the worker, good for the businesses, so that we can get over this pandemic. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I come back to the math that the member is talking about, I gave that answer that based on the information and advice I'm given, that there are about little over 1 million workers who don't have any sick leave provisions right now at workplaces. And they estimated, the ministry estimated that if 60% of them take advantage fully of 3 days between now and December 31st, the cost to the government is.
If I might remind members and ministers that, of course, good temper and moderation are the characteristics of parliamentary language. So let's try and get the best out of each one of us. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, as always, for your guidance, Honourable Chair. I'm quite frankly surprised and saddened that the situation has developed where it is deemed inappropriate for a member of the opposition to ask about a statutory body like Treasury Board being involved in the approval of an expenditure of hundreds of millions of dollars. And if we have, I'm going to say, devolved to that point, then I think we're learning a great deal about the regard the minister has for having an opposition at their disposal, and to suggest that somehow that is disrespectful. Minister didn't want to answer the question. I think people know why he doesn't want to answer the question. I think it's unfortunate because I think there's a lot of talent in that body that it would be wise for the government to deploy on matters of this sort. All right, I'll come back though. I'm not trying to trick anyone. I am trying to get a sense of what is a new policy that conceptually, by the way, enjoys support in this House. So for the minister to somehow suggest that this is disrespectful or contemptuous of workers, it is a policy, a new public policy that, unless I'm mistaken, led to the famous Latin phrase. But I think it's also appropriate for us to inquire just a little bit about the cost and how the government has quantified those costs. I'll come back to the $320 million figure. I'm trying to get an annual estimate of the cost because for all of the minister has provided all of the variables and criteria. All I want is, that was a cost for, I think we said 7 months. I did the math, but I wanted to give the minister a chance to confirm that or check it. I can ask the question open-ended. Based on the statute and the variables and the calculations that the government did, we don't know who did them in government, but someone must have. How much would this policy cost over a 12-month period?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I respectfully will answer the question. I have answered the question that I'm able to answer the question without divulging cabinet or cabinet committee deliberations. And so to say that I didn't is not correct. I have answered the question. Now, coming back to $320 million, I have repeatedly said that it is between the date this bill received royal assent in this House until December 31st. The cost for those days and months, based on the estimates done by the ministry, is $320 million. Now, the member can do the math if he wished to know what the 12-month cost would be. It's not that difficult, and but this program only is for the remainder of the year. It does not cover 12 months.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And to the Minister, that calculation was based on 3 days paid leave, as the Minister indicated earlier, correct?
Minister.
Yes, I'm advised that the calculation they did was if 60% of those who don't have sick leave provisions right now at workplaces take full advantage, and that means full 3 days. This would be the cost.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And is it fair to say that the cost estimate goes up if the number of paid days of leave is increased? That's cost for 3 paid days of leave. But the overall cost would increase as the number of days increases. Is that correct? Costs of those, the exercise of that authority and discretionary authority would be. And the minister's approach seems to be, well, I've told you it's $320 million because that's what the rules will be for the next 7 months. And yes, I want authority to change the rules as I seem fit after that 7 months, but I'm not going to tell you anything about the costs associated with exercising that authority. Now look, the minister has been in this place a long time. Surely he understands how absurd that is and how inappropriate that is. Merely asking him to share with the committee some estimates. I asked him what the impact of increasing the number of days of coverage would be. Presumably at a minimum the impact would be to increase the cost. Is that asking too much? Can the minister confirm that on the record? That if on January the 1st, the number of days covered goes from 3 to 4 days, the cost will go up, the cost to government, the cost to employers, whoever that cost is assigned to. My estimate says it'll go up to $732 million a year. But I'll start by being even more general. Will the minister confirm that the cost will go up if the number of days of coverage increases?
Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think it's a legit question. There's no doubt about that in my mind. But I value consultation. And the member will know through you, Mr. Speaker, that the bills that we brought into the House, whether it was a change to the labor code, to the employment standard, to the temporary foreign workers, we did a thorough consultation and we agreed substantially, if not all of it, when we considered those consultations and put them into the bill. Now, the member is asking a legit question. If there are a number of days that are increased from 3 days, will the cost go up? I think, we can be general, but we can also say that it depends on the model that we choose. If all things being equal, right now we're talking about COVID-related illness 3 days and the cost therefore. And then I gave the parameters, how many workers use and how many workers are out there total in that pool. Again, through consultation, we'll find out what the model is, and then we'll decide how many days. And again, we talk about in that particular part of the bill, illness or injury. And so it's different than what we have today. So I think it all depends on what the model we use, and the cost will depend on consultation and the model that at the end of the day we decide to go with.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So there's going to be a consultation, and I don't know, call me crazy, but isn't it possible that during the course of that consultation, someone is going to ask the minister, what are your cost estimates? And if someone bizarrely does that, imagine that, asking the government what a new piece of public policy is going to cost, either them or the government itself, in the case of an employer, or the government itself, if it is going to be borne by government. What's the minister going to say? That's all I'm asking. What's the minister going to say? It won't. Is he going to say to the people he's consulting with, we can't tell you that because it depends on the model? Well, isn't the person he's talking to going to say, well, how can I give you advice about what is a reasonable approach without some information about what the overall cost is going to be? Or does the minister simply think people don't care about that? I think they do, and I think over the course of the consultation, they are entitled to know what the costs, especially people who might end up bearing that cost, they are entitled to know what the costs of the various models are that the minister and the government may be proposing. I'll leave that to see what the minister has to say in response.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think with all due respect, I think I try to answer the question as clearly as I can. Going forward, all of that is part of consultation. I think the first question would be, what kind of model? that the stakeholders think will work for us going forward. And then, once that part is decided or agreed to, or there are some understanding on that, and then we could develop the cost based on that model and that concept. So I think it'll be all there, and we will have a thorough consultation with the stakeholders, and that kind of discussion will take place before we make that decision.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, I guess the Minister and I will agree to disagree. I think that when people are being asked their opinion about charting a path forward on matters, important matters, that I think they are predisposed to want to support, as was the case in this House, that especially people who may be asked to bear a portion of the cost, if not all of the cost, they will say, well, there's all kinds of things we'd like to do, but in providing you with advice about what we can do, it would be helpful to know what the overall costs might be. And the Minister says that's not the approach he and his government intend to take, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to say here to, I think, alter his opinion. I'm going to put a couple of numbers on the record, and then I have one more question. I'll give the Minister a chance to either endorse or not the numbers based on the calculations, starting with the number that he did provide, the 320 million, and based on the variables that he has used to calculate that amount and shared with the committee. It would seem that an increase from 3 to 4 days would involve an annualized cost of a minimum of 732 million. 5 days would take that to a minimum of 915 million. And 10 days, as some people have suggested, would be 1.8 billion. That based on the variables and the model that the Minister has referred to thus far, those being 12-month estimates. If the Minister, I've put those figures on the record, it would only be fair for me to give the Minister an opportunity to indicate that those are wildly inaccurate or otherwise dispute them.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And let me put it this way. Look, the cost that we have provided to this House is based on COVID-related leave between the day this bill received royal assent and December 31st of this year. Based on number of employees, as I have canvassed before, from the total qualified number of employees used. And again, based on $200 per day reimbursement program and the qualifying criteria that we have for this particular part of the bill. That's the cost, $320 million plus or minus. Now, member maybe is mixing, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, with the second part, which would be a different kind of leave. And we don't even know what model will we be using, how many days will that be used, and then also we're talking about sick and injury related leave there, and not COVID related leave there, which hopefully the pandemic will be behind us by that time. So I think that part of the discussion will take place, and those costs will be calculated based on the model that we get some I think the nods on from the stakeholders when we talk about, and but this cost is based on the rest of the year and the criteria and the different models that we have used.
Thank you, Minister. And if I might, just before proceeding, I would like to ask ministers and members participating virtually to remember that we are in a meeting as we would be in session. And so if you're holding conversations, phone calls or otherwise, please do so outside of the virtual chat room, outside of the virtual space, and then come back when you're able to join us again for this work. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think that registered. Well, look, I don't know if the Minister detects the same irony in his answer that I do. It is apparently on the one hand legitimate to pose questions about the cost of a program that will be, and policy that will be created by the passage of one part of this bill, but it is inappropriate, and the Minister is either unable or unwilling to pose questions about the costs that will accrue with respect to another part of the bill that would provide him and the government and the Executive Council with wide-ranging powers which they can then exercise without any reference back to this chamber. And I think the Minister is going to hear a great deal in the next few hours and days about how inappropriate that is and how it represents, quite frankly, an abuse of the parliamentary system. I'm now channeling my inner Leonard Krogh. We don't have time for me to put the quotes here, but the Minister sat close by his former colleague through many sessions when this matter was presented. But I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like this. And were the Minister to come to the House and come to this committee and say, yes, we are seeking that regulatory authority, that broad regulatory authority, but here we have for the committee some estimates that relate to the costs that would accrue depending on how that regulatory authority is exercised. Okay, we'd probably, not probably, I think the opposition would still be upset about the breadth of the regulatory authority being sought, but at least we'd be in a position, and more importantly, others would be in a position to know what the costs associated with the exercise of that regulatory authority are. But the minister's answer here is either the government doesn't know, it hasn't done any analysis, we're going to consult, but we're going to consult without any of that information because it won't be available until after that. And that's when we'll make the decisions. And of course, depending on the decisions made, we could be talking about costs, because I don't think the government's going to step back from the coverage available. I think that's the expectation of people. The government's not going to step back from the coverage that is being presented for the next 7 months. I think the government is contemplating a further expansion of that coverage, but I guess we'll find out. But I don't think if they're contemplating a diminishment, now would be a good time for the minister to say so. But we are being asked to take all of that on the faith and in the dark without any information. And I don't know if it's because the information isn't available. I'd find that shocking, or because the minister and the government simply don't want to share it. In any case, I think that is inappropriate, and I think it is it fails to respect really the processes that the parliamentary processes that we have, where oppositions ask government, what are your intentions, what do you plan to do, and amongst other things, how will that impact people and what's it going to cost? And in this case, the government seems particularly hesitant about answering one if not more of those questions. The last two questions are short ones. Was any part of this bill red flagged?
And while we're waiting for the answer, Minister of Transportation, can you hear me? Nod yes or no. Put your thumb up. Obviously, I'm on mute. Thank you. Minister of Labour, whenever you're ready. Minister of Labour, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And look, I don't want to be argumentative here. I'm advised that that is a legal advice to the cabinet, and I'm not to divulge that. That is that part of the information.
Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I think I can anticipate the answer, but I'll ask anyway. Was any part of this bill yellow flagged?
Minister of Labour.
Same answer to the first question, Mr. Speaker. It is a legal advice to the cabinet, and I'm not in position to divulge that.
Member for Shuswap on Clause 1.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the chair, Honourable Chair. With respect to the numbers, the minister has shared some numbers with us previously that's led to the $320 million calculation, and I just did some quick math, and I just wanted to clarify, or just ask through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, if he can clarify. The minister indicated that approximately 1 million workers would be able to have access to the temporary sick day, paid sick days under this legislation. Also indicated a 60% uptake, and then that the maximum allowable for any individual would be the 3 days or $600. Well, 6 times 6 is 36. The minister referred to $320 million. Just through Mr. Chair, can the minister confirm that it's actually $360 million, $40 million more than the number that the minister has shared with this House?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think the member would know the answer is, if you go back to my answer, $320 million, but based on number of workers who don't have, I mean, these are approximate numbers again, who don't have sick leave provisions at workplaces right now, and then based on up to $200 that will be reimbursed to the employers on behalf of those workers who take those. So not everyone's at $200, and there are workers who would be under $25 an hour, and therefore the ministry came up with those numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's certainly no trickery undergoing here. The minister indicated 1 million workers would be able to access this fund. The minister also indicated to this House that there was going to be a 60%, that his numbers and his calculation were based on 60% uptake on this program, which would mean 600,000 workers. And the maximum available to any worker for the full 3 days at the $200 rate would be $600. So I just wanted to clarify, or just provide the minister an opportunity, is the number that he provided at $320 million, because the math that he has provided does not arrive at $320 million. The math that the number, or that the minister provided this House, actually reflects $360 million, which is $40 million more than the number that the minister had originally shared. And so the second part of this line of inquiry is this: the minister has referenced relying on a federal survey or a federal report that estimated the number of workers that are that currently do not have paid sick leave to be at 50%. The federal report did not specify in BC that it was 1 million workers that were not covered under any form of paid sick leave. Again, it was a 50% number that the minister has relied on. Well, I just had a quick look at the Work BC website, and the population data that actually has been indicated and put up, and so this is government's own data, government's own numbers, indicated that the estimated population of those over the age of 15 at 4.3 million, and that total employment is 2.6 million. So if the second part of my question would be is that the minister has referenced 1 million workers, where in actual fact 50% of 2.6 million would be 1.3 million workers being able to have access to the paid sick leave provisions of this bill. Further to that, if you use those numbers, and these, again, this is government's data, not my data, and I think this is where it's important. Data drives decisions. We need to make sure that one is the math is correct and that we're using actual numbers. So the numbers that I've calculated based on, again, government's own reported numbers, 50% of 2.6 million workers is 1.3 million workers. Well, that's 30% higher than the number that the minister has provided. And if you actually take that number, the 1.3 million workers, and assume the 60% uptake or utilization rate at $600, the cost is actually $471 million. So through you, Mr. Chair, I know that was a lot maybe for the minister to absorb, but the cost of this program, using government's own numbers and the 60% utilization rate that the minister has shared with this House, shows a cost magnitude of $471 million. That's $150 million more than the number that the minister originally shared with this House. Just want to provide, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, an opportunity for the minister just to either correct himself or to refute what I've just shared.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think I want to correct the member. I think he may have used this term last week as well. He may have misheard me, the number that I did not mention any federal survey. I talked about BC Federation of Labour, BC Fed, and I'm just assuming it may be a mistake in mixing the two there. So that's one thing that I want to correct the member and correct for the record here as well. The other thing is the numbers that the members are picking up, 2.6 million workers in British Columbia. And the Mr. Speaker, members should know that includes self-employed who are not entitled to this benefit. And also, I think he kept on making the mistake over and over by giving $200 to every worker for every day that they take. And our bill talk about, our position is up to $200. Now, there are members who are working out there, or the workers working at minimum wage. There's a lot of them. And then there are $16, $17, $18, and then there are $25. So I think based on all the criteria that was used and based on up to $200 reimbursement per day for worker who take per day off is how we came up with the calculation of $320 million.
Member Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With respect to the cost of the program, so as the minister has indicated that his numbers, the $320 million, is based on 60% participation rate. Can the minister confirm that at what the number would be at an 80% participation rate?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The assumptions that the ministry used was the reasonable assumptions under different scenarios, and advice that was given to me was that 60%, they think up to 60% members or the workers may take advantage of this program, and that's how the cost was developed. And again, I mentioned earlier, our vaccination program is going very, very efficiently and going very fast. 56% of the people are vaccinated, and many of them are workers. And so I think the chances of workers taking full 60% taking advantage of this may not be there, maybe less. So I think the costs are reasonable. These are prudent costs, and these are the estimates that were, I think, based on the fairness and based on the reasonable assumptions.
Member Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to that, and I think this is where maybe there's some concern, the minister has referenced the $320 million number, and that's based on 60% utilization of this particular program. I think that what I think businesses owners and workers would like to know and have the assurance of this government that should the participation rates be higher, should they be 80 or 85 or 90%, is the minister able to guarantee or provide comfort to this House that the full reimbursement program of up to $200 per employee per day, that businesses will have access to the full amount of funding as required in order to provide their reimbursement? So through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister just confirm to this House that the program that he's offering and set forward before this House with the legislation that's tabled here today, if there's a higher participation rate, will government ensure that funding is made available so that employers will be fully reimbursed, even if the participation rates are much higher and the total cost of the program is much higher than the $320 million that the minister has shared with us?
I think he's.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Look, the cost that we have before the committee is based on fair assumptions. These are the reasonable way of the ministry and in government make those assumptions. And I think 60% is fairly high of right rate of utilization. And also, many employers are already providing many workers paid sick leave, whether they had in place previous to this or not. And so I think when you look at the assumptions made, cost, based on those assumptions, and up to $200 per worker per day, I think those are the costs that we anticipate will be on the high end. And I think there are arguments that can be made that the cost could be lower. As I said before, that the vaccination program is moving very, very rapidly. I think pretty soon in next, not weeks, next, days, you will see that we would be at over 70% vaccination rate. And when that happens, the need for sick benefits is diminished, as such. Also, I think the member need to remember, cost of not doing it could be much higher. And we've seen it. And I think we canvassed this in last week, much higher because many employers had to be shut down because of the cluster of COVID at those operations. So, Mr. Speaker, employers understand that. And I hope that this member understand it, and all colleagues of mine understand that the cost of not doing this is much higher. And also to conquering this pandemic could become much more difficult if you don't go the route that we are going. And that's why there's so many employers who are supporting us in our approach here. And that's why we want to make sure that the employers who are hurting, that we don't put entire burden on them. That's why up to $200 reimbursement program became up at the cost of $320 million based on the assumptions that we made.
Schwab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you, Minister, for that answer, but the concern remains, and maybe I can pose the question this way, through Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Should the cost delivery of the program as contemplated and set out in this legislation for the temporary paid sick leave program, which expires on December 31st, should the utilization of this program be such that the costs are in excess of $320 million, will this minister commit and ensure that businesses will still be able to be fully reimbursed for any expenditures up to that $200 per day, regardless of what the total annual or the total cost of this program is? So will this program be limited to a maximum of $320 million, or will the minister provide funding as necessary to ensure that all employers are reimbursed for the maximum $200 per day under the provisions of this temporary paid sick leave program?
Now that I have your attention and quorum again, we will continue. Minister of Labour, whenever you're ready, just raise your hand, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think I answered the question as best I could. As I said, that the reasonable assumptions were made at the upper end. That's why if you could go back to the answer I gave, 320 million plus minus, but based on the high utilization rate of 60%. And if you compare to, the COVID-related illnesses in the past, and I think, all kind of assumptions are made and all kind of information was utilized to come up with these numbers. And my estimation is, and I'm really optimistic, that we will not have as high cases of COVID-related illnesses going forward because of the vaccination program that is working so well in this province. Here in Surrey, working together with the Fraser Health, they're opening up vaccination clinics at Bear Creek and other places. 1,000 a day of vaccinations are given. So I think we're moving very, very fast to have almost everybody who's eligible to get vaccinated, and there will be a less need for sick leave going forward because of those programs. And I'm optimistic that the cost would be even lower based on the vaccination program that we have. But again, it is one thing that those workers who, wake up in the morning one day and have these symptoms, and rather than going to work because they will be thinking, using the calculator, how much money will I lose if I stay home? And then decide, no, I'm going to tough it out and I'm going to go to work because I can't afford to lose a day's pay. So I think in that particular scenario, that worker will be able to stay home and knowing that his wages her wages will continue on, and there's no gap between the wages that he received or she received every day, every 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, I think that's how it'll be benefiting those workers, and then it'll benefit the businesses as well if they don't go to work, and minimize the chance of transmission at workplaces and the chances of workplaces continue to operate. I think is the best way to continue to open up our economy, continue to grow our economy, and also stop the transmission of this virus.
Just before I recognize the member for Shuswap, I think an explanation is important. So as I saw puzzled looks on the screen when the bells rang, when quorum is lost, I have the option as the speaker or the chair to either ring the bells or call a recess. I called a recess last week. I thought I'd ring the bells this week. It worked much faster than calling a 5 minutes recess. So I think we'll do that in the future again if we need to. Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the question I posed to the minister, I think, is an important question. The minister has indicated that there's $320 million, or that's the estimate that he's provided. The question that I have asked is that should the participation rates or utilization rate of this program be higher than the minister has suggested at 60%? I think businesses would want to have assurance that government will fully fund the $200 per day provision as set out in this legislation. And so through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, just one more time, just looking for a bit of clarity from the minister, is this program fixed and capped at $320 million, or will government fully fund the obligations that have been set out as far as the reimbursement for employers? And as a second part to that, I'm just wondering if the minister might also provide a bit of an explanation to this House with respect to the provisions of the reimbursement program that are not set out specifically in this piece of legislation. If also the minister could provide a bit of commentary on how the reimbursement program will work, how it will be funded, and what the approximate estimated number of days are for reimbursement to employers once they make application.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The reimbursement program is not part of this legislation. It is something that we announced, and we are working as we speak with WorkSafe BC to set up this program, administer the employer reimbursement program on behalf of the province, and further details once finalized will be made communicated publicly. And I can assure the member and everyone listening that the idea is to have that program in operation as soon as we can, so that workers who are paid by their employer when they take a day off, when they're COVID-related, when they're facing COVID-related illness, that the employer is get the reimbursement in a timely fashion.
Member Shuswap on Clause 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, as a follow-up to that, can the minister provide any indication to this House on when WorkSafe BC was actually directed to commence with establishing the database program, or whatever means will be utilized to actually administer this program? In a briefing that was provided to me earlier last week from staff within the minister's office, indicated that apparently within WorkSafe BC, about 90% of BC businesses already are registered through WorkBC. So that would then provide, the majority of businesses would already be registered. But can the minister provide some clarity? Will there be a separate registration program or process required of employers in order to access or be eligible for making application for reimbursement? Or will businesses that are already registered with WorkSafe BC, will they automatically be eligible for making applications under the provisions of this bill?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. the intent here is to make it as seamless as possible. And as the member have said in the House that about 90% of the employer are registered with Works at BC, and that was one of the reasons why we wanted to go with Works at BC. The system is already in place. The employers are registered who would be qualified for under this program. And I think the best answer that I can give at this time is that it'll be as seamless as possible, that we want to make sure that the Works at BC have the data that they have and that they have a system in place. And then they are right now designing a program so that it is very seamless and the employer will be able to claim the reimbursement very shortly, and they will get their refund or reimbursement in a very, very timely fashion.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the success of this program will largely, or the success of the ability of the reimbursement program to remunerate businesses. It's obviously incredibly important to businesses. Businesses will first be presented with the obligation of providing pay under this piece of legislation to their workers for paid sick leave. So that will be a cash flow impact to their businesses. And it's also extremely important that businesses have some certainty with respect to the timelines for when the reimbursement program will be up and running and available to actually provide them their reimbursement. Can the minister identify with some specificity the processes that businesses will have to undergo to register, how claims will be submitted, what will employers have to submit to verify entitlement, and how claims will be approved, as well as the estimated timelines once those claims are approved by which the businesses will actually receive their reimbursement?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And Mr. Chair, I think those final details are being worked on right now. And I think the idea behind this whole program is to ensure that the employer are supported on a timely fashion, and that the workers can take time off when they are sick, when they shouldn't be going to work. They could stay home and afford to stay home, and don't lose any wages. And so the system, the Works at BC already have a system where most of the employer, 90% of them are registered. It will be an online system, and that's our expectation. And the delivery and the reimbursement system will be, we would expect that it will be in a timely fashion, so that the employers are not waiting a long period of time. It will be very timely. That's my expectation.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister. The Minister references timely, and I think that businesses are looking for some certainty. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Can the Minister indicate what the expectation level of his ministry would be to WorkSafe BC with respect to the reimbursement? And I appreciate there will be likely scenarios where the norm, there will be deviations actually from the guidelines, but can the Minister maybe just share with this House what his expectation levels to WorkSafe BC would be? Will the expectation of WorkSafe BC be to provide remuneration to businesses within 7 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? When the Minister references and uses the term timely, I'm just wondering if he might be able to provide a bit more clarity as far as what direction he is going to be providing to WorkSafe BC with respect to what his expectation level would be for reimbursement to employers.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And look, like I said, the details of the programs are being worked out right now. And I think the benefit of having WorkSafe BC designing and delivering and operating this system is the reason that we want to make sure that the employer don't wait long period of time. Timely, I think I will be in a better position. How many days? My expectation is, soon. When you make the claim that you should get your check back. But I think we want to make sure that the system is in place, that the employer don't have to wait for an extended period of time because we understand that the employers are hurting. Many of them are hurting, and you don't add more to their the operational funds that they have to come up with when they pay their employees. So I think the recognition of the government is that we want to make sure that the employer is refunded in a timely fashion, but I will be in a better position to say the way the member asked me to 5 days, 10 days, or 2 weeks, 4 weeks. I think I'll be in a better position to say that we are at the lower side of what the member is asking, and that's my expectation. But we'll see what the details are, and then I will be in a better position to answer that more specifically. Now, Mr. Chair, I request that if we could take 5-10 minutes health break, if that is appropriate at this time.
The committee will recess till 4:30. Call to order, Committee A. Just wait to make sure we have quorum. Look at that. We have quorum. Member Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just before the break, we were making some inquiries with respect to the timelines by which WorkSafe BC will provide remuneration to businesses. I just wanted to move just quickly to a scenario and just looking for some clarity from the minister, and just remind the minister that he certainly has been on the record of acknowledging the fact that many businesses are struggling during the pandemic. I think the last report that I had seen is that there's approximately 25,000 businesses currently at risk of closure in the province right now, representing that employ about 300,000 individuals. The remuneration period, or the time frame, obviously will have an impact on cash flows of businesses, but there was one particular question that was raised to me over the course of the weekend. I'm just wondering if the minister might be able to provide some clarity. The minister indicated that in order for employers to make access, or to be able to access the remuneration of up to $200 per employee for up to 3 days under this program, would only be available to those employers that currently do not have a paid sick leave program. The question that was posed to me was relative to a small clothing shop that has seen significant reductions in sales revenues over the last year. They do have a paid sick leave program for full-time staff. They have 2 full-time staff. And the question is that the provisions of this bill actually also provides the opportunity for paid sick leave for part-time employees. Now, this particular employer has about 8 part-time employees. I'm just through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, and I think in the context of the fact that the minister has acknowledged that businesses are struggling, cannot undertake additional cost burden, for an employer that has, in this instance, 2 full-time employees that do have sick pay provisions as part of their full-time contractual arrangement with the employer, they do not have a paid sick leave program that's available for part-time staff. In this scenario, would the employer be eligible to make application for reimbursement for paid sick leave that's provided to the temporary employees, which is an extension of the program they currently have? So just through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister just provide some clarity with respect to would that employer in this instance be able to make application for reimbursement for those part-time employees that they currently do not have a paid sick leave program for?
Nine members is not a quorum. Sorry, member for Shuswap, we'll just wait for a moment. And we have quorum. Thank you. Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I could give you the intent of the legislation. I think legislation is very clear the way it is designed, and we are going section by section. But because this reimbursement piece is not part of the legislation that we're debating, so that work is being worked on right now, and the qualifying criteria and how you apply as we canvass that particular argument a little earlier, and I will be in a better position to answer that question soon all of that is finalized.
Member of Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think it's an important question. This legislation will put cost burden potentially on the backs of employers. And, I think that the overall concept, I'm certainly not disputing the merits of the legislation. But if we think about it in one context, a full-time worker working for one employer is entitled to a maximum of 3 days of paid sick leave under the provisions of this bill. But a part-time employee that works for 3 different employers, actually under the provisions of this bill, is able to apply for 3 days for each of those 3 employers and could potentially get 9 days. There seems to be an inequity. The way this legislation is put forward, it does not differentiate between the number of annualized sick days or a maximum cap that any employee can actually be eligible for under this legislation. So, I think the question that needs to be answered here with specificity with respect to this legislation, is it the intent of the minister that an employee that actually works for 3 different part-time jobs is eligible for 3 paid sick days from each of those 3 employers for a grand total, in this instance, of 9. Is that the intention? And would that part-time employee working for 3 different employers be actually eligible for 9 days of paid sick leave under the provisions of this bill?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And it's a very legit question, and I thank the member for that. There's always you'll find some who try to go around the system, work the system. But the intent here is that when a worker is sick, they stay home and they are entitled to 3 days paid by the employer. Then we reimburse the employer up to $200 per day. And again, the idea behind here is to make sure that our workplaces are safer, that the workers, if they are sick with the first employer, second employer, they don't go to work sick and add to the transmission. And I think it'll be a best interest of the employer also to look at what is the best for that particular employer. And they may ask that employee to stay home if they know that the employee is sick. So technically, employees can try, but the intent is that employee is entitled to 3 days, maximum 3 days, and the employer will be reimbursed up to $200 per day.
Just a reminder again to our colleagues back at home, you should not be having conversations on electronic devices during the session. Thank you. Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Well, with all due respect to the Minister, it appears that this is a question that has not been contemplated yet by the Minister or within the Ministry. It speaks to what I would establish as probably some gross unfairness. If this temporary paid sick leave program is only in effect for 7 months till the end of this calendar year, the way to provide equity would be to have a maximum cap of 3 days, period, whether you're a part-time employee or a full-time employee. But the way this bill is laid out, I believe should be corrected in that a part-time employer that works for 2 or 3 or 4 different businesses is actually eligible under the provisions of this bill, this piece of legislation, for 3 paid sick days for each and every employer that they work for. And just wondered, through you, Mr. Chair, is the Minister willing to consider making an amendment to correct the inequity that exists with the way this piece of legislation is currently put before this House?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think the member would know, or he should know, all of the different provisions in the employment standard, whether they are stat holidays and others, are based on each employment relationship. And I think this is no different. Also, I think the member should know the intent of this legislation is that the employee is entitled to full wages for the day that he or she misses because they have a COVID-related illness on day that they were scheduled to work with that employer. And if they're working 2 different jobs, part-time, and one employer had that employee scheduled for days that this employee is sick, then they will be entitled to up to 3 days. And then to suggest that they could ask the other employer to give you additional 3 days if they were not scheduled to work for those 3 days or any days that the employee is taking off as a COVID-related illness, then they will not be entitled to. So it's based on the days that they're scheduled to work with that particular employer.
Member for Surrey Cloverdale, can you hear me? Yes, please discontinue talking if you are talking to someone outside. Nope, okay, my apologies. Saw the lips moving. Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister. Well, no, I certainly appreciate that an employee, a part-time employee, would not be trying to double dip per se. But I think that what this does is it creates an inequity. A full-time employee is only entitled to a maximum of 3 days paid leave under the provisions of this bill. Whereas a part-time employee that may work for multiple employers is entitled to not just the 3 days of paid sick leave, but if they were ill for a couple-week period, they'd be eligible to make application, rightfully so, to each of those 3 different employers for a total of 9 days. So this bill provides or presents an inequity between full-time and part-time employers. I believe that the Minister does have the ability of remedying that inequity by establishing a maximum of 3 days period per employee, which would be quite easy to do. There certainly is ample opportunity for the Minister to do that, to remove the inequity that currently exists between part-time and full-time employees. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, will the Minister give serious consideration to moving forward and actually bringing forth an amendment that eliminates the inequity that this bill actually currently creates?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There's no need for any amendment, Mr. Speaker, because the employment standard work no different than this particular bill on a number of other benefits that the employees have. And I mentioned stat holiday. And again, how do you administer that? For example, how would you know, even employer may not know if the employee is working for someone else, another employer. And again, like I said, it probably would be rare that everything falls in place where they would say, yes, I was scheduled to work for employer A for these 3 days. And then right after that, I was scheduled to work for next employer next 3 days, and then another employer right after those 3 days. It is very, very difficult, if not impossible, to monitor that. And no one will know who this employee is working and when. I think there is expectation is that the employees will utilize the days to stay away from work so that transmission at workplaces are minimized. And if there's abuse, then, or if there's a dispute, I think it can be dealt with through Employment Standard Branch.
Member of Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm a bit surprised by that answer, in that it is actually the employer who first and foremost will be have to incur the financial cost of providing the direct remuneration to the employee. So the example that the minister had shared, an employee that works 3 different part-time jobs, potentially 3 days for 3 different employers, would be actually be able to make application under the provisions of this bill for those 3 days for each of those employees, thereby being entitled to 9 days of paid leave under the provisions of this legislation, where the full-time employee is only entitled to 3 days, period. So it seems pretty obvious that an inequity exists between part-time and full-time employees. Now, back to the previous question, and I appreciate that the remuneration program has yet to be fully developed. It's being undertaken through WorkSafe BC, which is separate from this bill, which actually is a little bit different. When the Premier, if memory serves me, when the Premier made his initial announcement with respect to this legislation, indicated to the media that the paid leave remuneration program was part of this legislation, and the minister has clarified, and we've been through this bill to verify that the remuneration program for employers actually is not part of this legislation. Something yet to be developed. The minister has shared with us that it's being worked on now within WorkSafe BC. But I think that going back to the question that I initially posed at the start of this particular inquiry is really important to businesses. A small clothing shop that has had sales plummet by upwards of 40%, 2 full-time employees that they provide paid sick leave benefits to. They do not provide paid sick leave benefits to their 7 part-time staff. Under the provisions of this legislation, that employer will now be obligated and required legally to provide up to 3 days of paid sick leave for those other 7 employees. And we'd all appreciate that all 7 likely will not utilize it, but if they did, that's 21 days. 21 days. And I think it's really important to that small clothing shop that's struggling to keep their doors open right now, needs to have some certainty from this minister. This minister has, through himself and his cabinet colleagues, will have the ability of determining the provisions under the remuneration program. And I think that small business that is struggling for survival needs to have some certainty from this minister that this piece of legislation will not put additional financial burden onto them. And if it does put the financial burden onto them, which this does through the paid leave provision for maximum of 3 days for part-time employees, I think it's also incumbent upon the minister to provide some clarity and certainty to this small business that although they have a paid leave provision for their full-time employees, that with this bill putting additional cost burden on that business by extending that coverage for the part-time employees, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister clarify and confirm for these businesses that any extension of this bill to part-time employees, that those businesses would be eligible for reimbursement from government for those 3 days per part-time employee?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. First of all, I think we should not forget the benefit to the employers. The benefit of having the workers to stay home, who now can afford to stay home without loss of pay, is enormous. Because imagine a worker who can't afford to stay home because they're suffering from COVID-related illness, go to work and transmit that virus to other workers. Now the operation is shut down. So imagine that. And I think it's not just a hypothetical kind of a scenario I'm talking about. It has happened. It is happening. And so those are huge benefits. And but again, the details are being worked out. And I think employer, if they are their employees are under $25 per hour and they qualify for the program, the only issue then there is the cash flow that they pay upfront and then get a refunded or reimbursed. So I think those are details being worked on. And I said the Works at BC is developing the program very quickly. And I think our intention is to make sure that the reimbursement program is as seamless as possible we can make, and that the reimbursement is done in a timely fashion.
Member for Shuswap.
Welcome to the chair, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister, can the minister just clarify now, the minister explained and just shared with this House that in the instance of the part-time employees, that the employer would actually be eligible to apply for reimbursement. Can the minister just confirm that the business that has a paid sick day program for their full-time staff, through the provisions of this bill, which extends coverage now to part-time employees, something that wasn't covered previously by this particular employer, they will, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister confirm that for the business that has a paid sick leave program for full-time staff, that they will be eligible to make application for reimbursement for any employees that are part-time that make application for paid sick days under this legislation? That'd be a yes or no.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. As the member knows, the reimbursement program is not part of this bill, and as I tried to answer this question earlier with a similar question, that those details are being worked out now, and once I have the final details all worked out, how you qualify and who qualifies and how do you get the reimbursement, we'll make those public as soon as I get them.
Member.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister. Well, with all due respect to the minister, this legislation puts considerable cost pressures on businesses. The minister, when rolling out the announcement on this bill, he, along with the Premier, made comments around that businesses cannot afford to have further cost burden put on their backs. We know that this bill specifically puts additional cost burden on the backs of employers. In the instance of the employer that I was sharing with the minister that has 2 full-time employees, 7 part-time employees, the 2 full-time employees are already covered through the employer. That's the agreement the employer has with his 2 full-time employees. For the 7 part-time employees, this bill will entitle those individuals to up to 3 days of paid sick leave. And nobody's disputing the merits of that. But I think that the essence of this whole bill and the government announcement around providing reimbursement to employers, I think that the expectation of employers is that for any additional cost burden that this legislation will put onto their backs, that government will backstop that to a maximum of $200 per day. The minister is one that holds the pen on making the determination on which employers will be eligible and which will not. The minister has indicated previously that employers that already have some form of a paid sick leave program will not be eligible for making application for reimbursement. And if that is the case, employers that have a paid leave program, paid sick leave program for full-time staff, are going to be grossly disadvantaged because they will be picking up the full cost burden associated with the paid sick leave days that are provided for under this bill to their 7 part-time staff. 7 staff, 3 days, that's 21 days. If they were eligible to max, that's $4,200, $4,200 of additional cost burden for a small business that is struggling to survive, has expended all of their savings just to keep the doors open, owners taking home smaller paychecks than employees, and yet this minister and this premier are putting forward a program that puts significant additional cost burden onto the backs of those businesses. Now, the minister has the opportunity of giving some solace to those businesses by confirming here today in this House that for those businesses that are unduly that are going to suffer or experience additional costs with respect to this legislation, all the minister has to do is indicate to this House that those businesses will also be eligible for making applications for reimbursement under their program, which is yet being developed. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister provide some assurances to those businesses that if there's additional cost burden associated with the provisions of this bill, that those businesses will also be eligible to make application for reimbursement at the max of $200 per day, up to 3 days per employee?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Welcome to the chair. I think you've been here for a while. I just want to say welcome. Look, I think the idea behind this short term, I think the part of the section that the member is talking about is to allow employees to stay COVID-related illness. That helps the employer, and employer understand that, and that's what the intent of this legislation is. And we know that many employers are hurting, and we want to make sure, Premier made it very clear, and the government made it very clear that we don't want to put the entire burden on those employers, and that the government will come, just like we did in the last 14 months. Time and again, we stood with the employers to help them to move through this very, very tough time. And I think our minister responsible have canvassed those the type of benefits time and again, and the employers understand that, and many employers are very, very appreciative of the of the help that they receive from the government. And same thing is here. I think you need to put the benefit to the employer, because employer at that particular operation that this member is talking about will make a decision if one of those part-time employee has illness. And what do? Allow them to come because they can't afford to stay home, and then risk the entire business, or give them those days off and extend that time off to all workers, and then certainly I think they'll meet the criteria. But I think the details of who qualifies, who got the reimbursement, will be worked out, and they're being worked out right now. Right now, we're looking at the bill itself and the provisions of this bill that is before us.
Member for Shuswap on Clause 1.
Quite frankly, that's just not good enough. BC businesses that are struggling, there's 8,000 businesses that have already shuttered their doors. There's another 25,000 businesses that are at risk, representing 300,000 employees. This bill puts additional cost burden on those employers. The minister and the premier indicated and gave assurances to the business community that they would be there to help them out. But in the example that the minister and I have been sharing, where an employer has a program only for full-time employees, from the minister's lack of answer, I can only surmise that that business will not be eligible to make application for the funding for those 7 part-time staff. And that's not acceptable. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister share with this House who will be the adjudicator of any disputes that arise between employers and employees with respect to the provisions of this bill?
Minister.
The answer to that question is Employment Standard Branch, Mr. Chair.
Member for Shuswap.
Mr. I know that a number of weeks ago we canvassed lots of inquiry with respect to Bill 3, and that was the paid leave for individuals to get vaccinated. And during that exchange, we were looking for some clarity on the bill. The minister continued to indicate and advise this House that any additional inquiry would be up for Employment Standards Branch to actually make the adjudication, to interpret the legislation, and in order to guide them in providing answers in disputes arising between employers and employees. The minister has indicated any disputes arising from this piece of legislation also will be left to be determined by the Employment Standards Branch. Can the minister advise this House what the wait times are currently for any inquiries that are made to the Employment Standards Branch?
Minister.
Inquiries can be made to the Employment Standard Branch through 1-800 line, and that is a multilingual, and they get the answers on that line.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the reason this is important is that the minister is indicating that any disputes that might arise between employers and employees will be adjudicated and directed by the Employment Standards Branch. It's important for businesses and employees also to know that if there's a dispute, what the time frame might be for which their claim is actually heard, and then an ultimate determination. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister explain or share with this House what the current wait times are for a complaint that is received by the Employment Standards Branch to actually be adjudicated on?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that the member understand the way that system works. It will be employee-initiated complaint in a scenario where employee believe that they are entitled to 3 days or 2 days or 1 day full wages because they believe that they have illness related to COVID. But the employer, if they refuse to pay, it doesn't cost them anything. It is the employee who will go through the system, and then they will have their case adjudicated, just like any other complaint that goes to employment standard.
Member.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Can the Minister please advise this House what the current wait times are for employees that reach out to Employment Standards Branch in order to express a concern, what the current wait times are within the in the Employment Standards Branch?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the answer is not very, I can't come up with a definitive answer, not to avoid the question, but I'm advised that most complaints, I think their attempt to deal with them is within 6 months. But there may be some complex complaints that may take longer. But Mr. Honorable Chair, the issue of delay and backlog, I think we can talk about if we want to go there, the reasons behind it and all that. But we're trying to fix that system as well as we go. We have added more officers, and we are doing the reformation of the system itself, and trying to make sure that the employees' complaints are dealt with in a timely fashion, so that they don't have to wait a longer period of time for the results.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the minister is absolutely avoiding the question. The minister keeps referring to timeliness. The question was very specific. I'm quite certain that the minister must be on top of his files and have a good understanding of the different performance levels within the Employment Standards Branch. One more time, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister. Can the minister please share with this House what the current wait times are for adjudicating complaints within the Employment Standards Branch? Employees that may have disputes with employers with respect to their eligibility or whether they're going to get paid sick leave, I think need to have some assurances from this minister with respect to what time frame they can expect for any concerns that arise when they make their when they bring their disputes forward to the Employment Standards Branch. What time frame can employees expect to have their complaints adjudicated?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The answer isn't, as the member wished to have, because first of all, what I said was that the worker can pick up a phone and talk to Employment Standard Branch and get the answer right away. Okay, so I mean that's that process. Or employer can actually phone and get the information, and that information is being put on their website now about this program. So not only that it's available to workers and employers on website, but also they can pick up a phone and talk to the Employment Standard Branch in multilingual basis. But if there seems to be there seems if the dispute is not being resolved between worker and the employer, then the worker can file a complaint. Again, based on the complexity, it could take months. Between 4 months to 10 months. Again, that's the backlog that we have, and we're trying to clear up. I'm not happy about the backlog that we have out there, but we're trying to fix it by bringing some changes. We added 35 officers to the Employment Standard Branch to fix this problem, and more are being hired, I think, this year. And so I think, we are aware that there's a backlog, but it's a range of, depending on the type of complaint. I would say, I could get exact information. Maybe we'll go into the estimates pretty soon, and I think we could get that information at that time. I would say 4 to 8 months is the range.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the minister has indicated that employees that are looking for dispute resolution through Employment Standards Branch, the minister has indicated 4 to 8 months. I was actually recently contacted by a constituent that indicated that Employment Standards Branch, and I quote, Employment Standards Branch told me over the phone a couple of weeks ago that their office is now so backed up that it'll likely be a year or more until one of their officers is even assigned to read my complaint. Over a year backlog just to read the complaint, let alone adjudicate it. So, I raise this point, Mr. Chair, because I think it is important that for those that are listening home, or for workers, for employers, because we know that disputes will arise. The minister has indicated the Employment Standards Branch will be the adjudicator, the one that actually determines and helps to identify resolution to any disputes. But, the minister is indicating on the record here today, 4 to 8 months. It's a pretty big swing. If you're looking for that paid sick leave and you need it on your paycheck and your employer chooses for whatever reason to not pay you, if your only solace is to go to the Employment Standards Branch and maybe have them look at your complaint 4 to 8 months from now, it certainly does not provide any support or any benefit to that worker when they need it now. And as I've read on record, a quote from a constituent that has shared with me that Employment Standards Branch themselves have indicated that it's going to be over a year before their complaint's even read, let alone adjudicated. It's extremely troubling, and I don't believe that many employers or employees would take much solace in the information the minister has shared with us today. And I would conclude my questioning on section 1.
Shall clause 1 pass? Please indicate with cards if you're voting at home, or indicate with aye in the House. So I'll ask again, shall clause 1 pass? Aye. Those opposed? Clause 1 has passed. On clause 2, member for Shuswap on clause 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wondering if the minister could provide some clarity to this House. How was the self-imposed deadline of January 1st, 2022, how was that date arrived at? And was that done in consultation with the 2 different business groups that the minister has indicated that he consulted with respect to this legislation?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. To the member, our focus right now was to deal with the pandemic because it is still with us, and we wanted to make sure that that's what the first part of the bill talk about, having a 3 days paid leave and with the COVID-related illness. And that program is ending December 31st of 2021. So it was logical that we would, the next step would start right after that, so that we have a permanent sick leave provisions in place. And also it'll give us an opportunity between the day this bill received the royal assent and December 31st to do a thorough consultation that we need to be guided by what kind of model and what kind of a program we will have in place starting January 1st, 2022.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister share if this date, this self-imposed deadline of January 1st, 2022, if that was actually shared with the business groups, and if the business groups that the minister has previously indicated he had considerable consultation with, if those business groups were indeed advised and shared with the information that January 1st of 2022 would be the date by which government would be introducing a permanent sick pay program.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We heard this as we canvassed, I think last week, that when we were consulting with the stakeholders about other provisions that we were considering to put in through the legislation or regulatory changes to support the workers and support the businesses, and there was desire shown that there need to be a need in the employment standard for a long-term solution. And, you know, we also realized, and it was brought to our attention, that BC was behind other jurisdictions who have permanent sick leave provisions. And so I think we were reminded time and again that we need to put a permanent solution as well as the short-term solution that we just finished talking about. So I think that's why January 1st make sense for us to consider, and it'll also give us a time to consult. Between June and December 31st, there's a plenty of time for us to consider about the model and what kind of program there should be and would be, and then we will make those decisions based on that. So we learned through those consultations time and again the need for a permanent solution, and since the short-term provisions were ending end of this year, it's logical to start with January 1st.
Chair, I appreciate that there will be considerable consultation going forward, but with respect to the provisions of Section 2, which puts in place the opportunity for, or I guess the provision where the government shall bring forward a permanent sick pay program, what I'm trying to ascertain is what the level of understanding of the business groups were. I've spoken to a number of individuals that were representative at those tables, and from what I'm understanding, it's an absolute surprise and a shock to many of them that this legislation is going to put in place a permanent sick pay program on January 1st of 2022 without at this point in time, and anyhow, there's no federal participation. The government of BC is moving forward on their own initiative with a self-imposed deadline of January 1st, 2022 to put in place this permanent sick pay program. So through you, Mr. Chair, can the minister confirm that the business groups that he consulted with in developing this piece of legislation, if they were made aware that it was government's intention to put forward a permanent sick pay program on January 1st of this coming year?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think I answered this question as best that I could because we heard from stakeholders that there's a need for a permanent solution, that there's a need for a short-term solution. So we're trying to fix both of those through this piece of legislation. And that's why it will give us a time when this first program ends December 31st. It's logical to start with the next program, starting with January 1st, 2022. And that's what the time between now and December 31st will serve us to consult with those stakeholders to decide what kind of a program we should have, what kind of model, and how many days. So all that stuff will be discussed with the employers, and that's the whole purpose of consulting with all stakeholders. And that's what we will be doing between now and December 31st.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does the government, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, if the minister could explain, how does government intend to move forward with a permanent paid sick pay program when they've already identified and communicated to the public and to businesses their acknowledgement that businesses cannot afford any further cost burden?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think I have repeated this particular part many times now, that we will take time between now and until December 31st to talk to those stakeholders. Now, how do we come up with a program? What kind of a model? Who pays? How many days? And I think all of that will be discussed during the time that we do the consultation. That's what the consultation is all about. You listen to them. All the good things and challenges that many different stakeholders will face, considering the piece of legislation we would be looking at. So I think that's the time that we will be spending with the stakeholders to try to understand their issues and their challenges and benefits, and then we'll make that decision before December 31st, 2021.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister share with this House why he is choosing to put a permanent paid sick leave program into legislation, into regulation, to give the current government and cabinet the ability to unilaterally make the decision and determination on what a paid sick leave program will be? The minister has shared, and I appreciate there will be some consultation, but there will not be the ability of this House, of the official opposition, or of the Green Party to ask further inquiry. A paid sick pay program, as the minister has indicated, you have to determine the number of days. Have yet to determine the criteria. Would it be full pay? Would remuneration be at a percentage of people's wage rates? And even who will be paying for this program? Will it be paid for by government? Would it be paid for by businesses? There's many questions that remain unanswered. The only information that we are provided here in this House is that a permanent paid sick pay program will come into effect on January 1st, 2022. That is all that this has been shared with this House. The breadth of the cost, the number of days, the allocation, the percentage of pay that employees may or may not be entitled to, all of those questions have yet to be identified. And I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Chair, if the minister can provide some kind of rationale or justification of why a piece of legislation as fundamental and as important as a permanent paid sick leave program is not being brought forward to this legislature this coming fall for appropriate deliberation by this committee.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Look, the governments, bring in legislations all the time, and then they come up with the regulations to finalize the intent of those legislations. And I've seen it in my time when I was in opposition. I think the number of times that particular government that this member represent the party. They came up with numerous. I would say you could actually write a one-inch book to add all those legislation that they brought in, and then they add the regulations later. And also, Mr. Speaker, I said this before that it is time that we put a permanent solution. We heard that from many stakeholders that there need to be a permanent solution. And we are debating the merit of that. right now. And this member can say that whether he agrees or disagrees with the merit of having a permanent solution. And that's the debate we are having right now. And what kind of program there will be, he's free to say what he believes there, should be the final, the solution to the permanent. Or if he says no, he doesn't agree with the permanent solution. But the purpose of the consultation is that we go to the stakeholders who will be impacted by our decision to learn from them. What kind of program, what model, and how many days. That will be decided through consultation. But the merit of the bill is being debated right now. The member can stand up in his next statement, can say he agrees or disagrees with the merit of this program, and we'll go from there.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would I'm very interested in the minister's comments just now. I don't think that we have necessarily been debating the merit of a sick pay program in British Columbia. What we've been hearing, I think we're 7 hours into committee stage now, is efforts, mostly on part of the official opposition, to get details about this program. And for the minister to suggest that governments make legislation and regulation all the time. We are talking right now about a proposed piece of legislation that is significant, that has significant implications for both government and employers in this province. And what is in front of us is a bill that speaks about a solution for sick pay for the COVID pandemic to the end of December 31st, and then basically a trust us clause, we're going to take it from there. No more conversation with the House or the Legislature or the MLAs on either side about what this legislation is going to look like. We're just going to do it in regulation. And from my point of view, Mr. Chair, this is a democratic problem. This is an issue with how we create laws in this province and best practices around those laws, and the fact that the public expects us, all of us, in this chamber and in this House to participate in the creation and debate and often amendment of those laws as they go through the processes in this House. And that's been established as a significant pillar in our democracy. And so for the dismissive response from the minister to the critic for the official opposition, raising a really important question about the fact that we're supposed to pass a bill right now that gives this government a blank check on a permanent program for sick pay that will be passed in regulation, that is a problem. I do have a problem with that. And I think British Columbians should too. This permanent legislation absolutely has merit, absolutely should be brought into our province. We are long overdue, but it should be brought in the way that legislation is meant to be brought in a parliamentary democracy, which is in the chamber, in legislation. And so my question to the minister is, how is this approach consistent with our democracy?
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Mr. Chair, I think it is very democratic when we are talking about a principle of an issue that is before us. And this House has a full ability to debate on that. And in fact, we've been doing it. This is the second day now. Because it's a part of being responsive and consultative government that our citizens demand from their governments. And that's what we are doing. A government that have heard, that have listened, and listened to the idea and principle that has been brought to their attention. And I think the member also said that they are in favor of having a permanent solution, if I heard it correctly. And I think that principle is what we are debating. And then we will consult with all the stakeholders, the workers, their representatives, academics, and the general population, the indigenous, and employers, large and small, and to learn from them the challenges, the benefits, and what kind of program is needed to deal with the issue that has been brought to us. And I think it's been a nationwide demand from workers to act on their issue of having a permanent solution, not only just a short term, but a permanent solution as well. And we're acting on this after listening to so many out there who were forced to go to work because they couldn't afford to stay home when they were sick with COVID. And that add to the cost to the employer by having them those operations to shut down. And many other co-workers became ill. And I think that adds to our timelines to deal with the pandemic. I think all of those considered, the principle is that we need a permanent solution along with the short-term solution. And this bill addressed that. And I think what kind of program there should be, who pays, how many days, all of those discussions will take place between now and December 31st. Member, I would encourage you and whoever else who wish to engage with the process of consultation, they could send their submissions, whether they, number one, agree with the principle to have a permanent solution, number two, what kind of solution there should be, and also what are some of the things that we should be watchful and careful about. So I think it's a being very responsive and a consultative government that what you're facing here, member.
Through the chair, Minister. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think if I understand what just happened, I got invited to consult with government, not to participate in the debate of legislation, but I got invited to submit my ideas in consultation. But that what the minister is outlining and what this bill outlines is that between now and January 1st of 2022, this government will take in all of this information from stakeholders, as he points out, academics, apparently members of the opposition parties, and come up with a plan, and then that plan will be instituted in regulation. It won't be brought back to this House to be debated. It won't be brought back to this House for the public to be able to see what that plan is before it's put into regulation. It won't be brought back to this House for any capacity for amendments to the legislation. It will just be put into place by regulation by this government after a series of meetings that they have that nobody in the public is going to have any capacity to know about because we won't be able to ask about them. Doesn't seem particularly democratic, Mr. Chair. And so, again, and my question wasn't actually answered, the minister talks about we have the opportunity to debate the principle of an issue. I don't think that that's what is meant to happen in here. We are in agreement that there needs to be sick pay program in place. There should have been one in place many, many months ago. Nobody's disagreeing with that in this chamber. What we should be debating is not the principle, but how do we have a permanent sick pay program in British Columbia that addresses a number of outcomes that we should be trying to achieve in this province. So, for example, could we have a sick pay program that recognizes that not all businesses are created equal in British Columbia? That some businesses, for example, over the last 15 months, have seen enormous profits. And some businesses, many small and medium-sized businesses in this province, are barely surviving. Will this permanent sick day program being brought into regulation by this government after a series of meetings that happen outside of the view of the public, will it take into account that businesses are different and that some businesses that are earning significant profits might be able to have different levels of affordability when it comes to considering permanent sick days? Will this program take that into account? Will it have any kind of nuances like that? Or will it be, as the bill is currently standing, for the temporary sick day for COVID-19, a one-size-fits-all? Don't know. And the reality is, once we finish debating this bill, if it proceeds as it stands, we'll never have the opportunity to have that debate. Because this bill gives the government the ability to bring in a permanent sick leave program in this province without spending any more time discussing that inside this legislature. And so I'm astonished that the minister, considers this to be an appropriate approach in a parliamentary democracy to creating significant legislation, but I'll ask him again, how does he see this as upholding the principles, if we're discussing principles, the principles that underpin parliamentary democracy?
Minister of Labour.
Chair, I think the member made a couple of points. One is the democracy and how we are using this procedure that, in her view, is not democratic. But look, I would remind the member that we passed a number of legislations in this House that she supported and her party supported For example, Employment Standard Act changes. In there was child labor. How do we protect our children in this province who were allowed to work in hazardous industries, hazardous work? But after that, that was the principle. And then I'm thankful to the support that we received from all parties there. But then we designed the legislation, through regulations, what defines light work, what defines hazardous work. That worked longer, and that's how we make those changes. And again, here we're talking about the need for a permanent solution to provide workers, if they become ill, that they can afford to stay home. And the member talk about all employers are not created equal. And I understand that, but that's exactly is what the discussion will take place with those employers and others. How do we deal with the different scenarios, different employers, and what kind of model do we want to come up with? That's what will take place between now and the end of the year. And what I asked the member was that if they'd like to put a submission, or anybody, she wants to encourage anyone to put a submission to guide that process of consultation. They're free to do that. But right now we're debating the bill itself, and she has every opportunity to debate the bill and what we are intent to do starting January 1st, 2022, which means that we will have a permanent solution to sick leave issues that has so many people asking all across this country. And also a reminder that we are behind other jurisdictions who already have permanent sick leave provisions in place, including the federal government.
Leader, third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, being one who likes to propose solutions when I see challenges or ways that I think the government can do better, I have an amendment that I have submitted. The clerk has a copy of the amendment in my name. And the amendment provides a way in which this government can actually ensure that there is some democratic process attached to the permanent sick paid leave program that they want to bring in by regulation. And so what this amendment would do is it adds sections to B so that the minister will prepare a report specifying the number of days to be prescribed and any information the minister considers relevant to the selection of that number, having regard to the purposes of this section, and lays a report before the Legislative Assembly, which then can be referred to a select standing or special committee of the Legislative Assembly or designated by the Legislative Assembly to examine the report, giving the opportunity for the members of this House to review and examine the legislation before it is brought in.
If I might, member, if we could just pause for, take a, let's say, a 4-minute recess. 5 minute, okay. Going up by 1 so we can give time to make sure the amendment gets to all members who want to read it and understand it. So we'll just take a 5-minute recess, members. Thank you. All right, Minister, are you ready to go? All good. Members? Okay, just 1 minute, I'm told. All right, let's resume. Leader of the third party on the amendment, proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope to have support on this amendment. What it would achieve is the ability for government to bring its plan back to the legislature, present its plan for permanent sick pay in British Columbia, have that plan sent to a committee that consists of members from all of the parties, but of course, as government has a majority, they would have a majority on that committee, and it gives the opportunity for debate and the capacity for there to be the kinds of questions that we should all expect to be able to happen of legislation that passes in this House, particularly legislation that is as significant as the proposed permanent sick pay legislation. So I will leave it there, but I hope that to have the support of the Minister on this amendment.
Recognizing I think, unless the Minister wanted to respond, I'll go right over to the member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I've had an opportunity to review the amendment that's proposed, and although it is less than perfect, I think that this legislation that's put before this House is certainly less than perfect. And I think that the opportunity, as the official leader of the Green Party has shared with this House, there's so many unanswered questions that remain at this point in time. You know, we've canvassed many questions of the Minister as part of Section 2. There's yet to be any determination with respect to the number of days of a permanent paid sick leave program. There's no establishment on what the remuneration rates would potentially be as far as a permanent program. There's also been no clarity with respect to whether the full cost of a program would be borne entirely by employers, or whether a plan will be potentially also funded through either the provincial government or federal government. So there's so many questions that remain. I'm certainly interested in the amendment, and I think that anything that this legislative assembly can do to ensure that whatever plan government chooses to bring forward, that there is an opportunity for either this chamber directly or through a committee to ask very important questions that remain unanswered at this particular juncture. And so with that, I'm certainly interested to hear any comments from the Minister.
So this is on the proposed amendment. Are there any other speakers to the proposed amendment? Now is your chance. Seeing no, Minister of Labour? No, thank you, sorry, it's hard to see it. Oh, I do see a hand raised. Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I want to thank the member for the amendment, but regrettably, I have to oppose this. I must oppose this because we have seen what we have learned during this pandemic, the need for having a permanent solution, that when workers are sick, that they could afford to stay home to recover and also to stop the transmission of the virus at workplaces. The workplaces also will benefit when their workers don't come to work sick. And it'll give them the opportunity to continue to operate because their workplace is healthy, their workplaces are safe. And Mr. Speaker, what this does is delay the process. We have heard very clear that there's a need, and the member said there's a need for a permanent solution. And all we are saying is, let's pass that, and then we will go out for consultation. What the member is asking that we do that before we come up with the numbers. We do the consultation, and then we will listen to the stakeholders, what kind of programs, how it applies to different employers, and what model and the cost and everything else that is needed to complete that process. So we will be doing that between now and end of the year. And therefore, I will speak against it, and I would urge everyone to vote against this amendment because we need to move. There has been a demand, not only in British Columbia, all across this country, to have a permanent solution of to deal with the sick leave. And that's one thing that everyone learned, and it brought to the surface the urgency of it. And I think the bill, that the way it is designed, it will do exactly what we want to do, what the British Columbian want us to do, to make sure that there is a permanent solution. At the same time that we will do the consultation and come up with the model, the cost, and who it applies to. All of that will be considered, and then we will make a decision before January 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Minister. I see the member for Saanich North and the Islands on the proposed amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague. Sorry, TV was on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for raising this important amendment. And I certainly, as it probably is no surprise to you, in full alignment with this amendment. And frankly, when I listen to the minister's response, I don't hear any reason in his response to actually not vote for this amendment. The government certainly knew, as the minister has highlighted, the minister's highlighted an acknowledgement that, in fact, this legislation that we're debating in the House today needed to be brought in months ago. The minister has acknowledged that expediency is at the heart of this bill. And that's fine. We're here now debating it 14 months later, and certainly that's all time that's been lost. However, when we're talking about the future of paid sick leave, I mean, I think that it would be to the spirit of the Premier's comment, collaborative effort. Get us to debate now a bill and a clause right now that has 0 days or zero understanding of how many days are going to be in it. And get us to approve of that now only actually weakens and threatens the stability of those number of days in the future. The opportunity to engage the opposition parties in this now should be seen as an opportunity by the minister. An opportunity for his party, as my colleague has highlighted, has a majority government and would certainly have a majority of seats at that table. But this collaborative effort, at the spirit of collaboration with which the Premier talked so much of since the election, that over the next number of months, and it doesn't need to be a long period of time to the minister, it could be a shortened period of time, where an all-party committee hears the arguments, the testimony brought forward by all of the interested parties that I'm certain the minister and the ministry would go and consult, and do that work in committee to try to achieve a consensus. Why would you abandon the opportunity at this moment to try to achieve consensus? The business community would appreciate that. I think labor organizations would appreciate an attempt from this government to achieve consensus based on the fact that, the future is always unknown in this business. So if you can achieve a consensus of the members that are sitting around the table now, if future members of the BC Green Caucus view this debate, future members of the BC Liberal Caucus view this debate, and the work that was done at committee, recognizing that this isn't the most expedient part, Minister, this is the least expedient part. We need to get a paid sick leave program in place for British Columbia. And what's in your hands right now is an opportunity to truly put a collaborative effort forward, to put this in front of a committee, have that committee take a look at that, have a committee listen to the different arguments that are going to be put forward as to how a program like this should be put in place, make recommendations, do the hard work of trying to achieve consensus. How powerful would that be under the watch of this minister if an all-party committee was able to achieve consensus. Essentially, the response that we heard from the minister today was that he's not prepared to even try to achieve that consensus before turning this opportunity down. And so I think that it's a shame that the minister has not embraced the opportunity that's put in front to really, truly take the words that the Premier said after the election, that good ideas come from all parts of the House. Good ideas indeed come from all different aspects of society. The minister has now got an opportunity to look to his colleagues and say, you know what, I think this is a good opportunity for us to try to achieve consensus in an area historically in British Columbia that's been very difficult to achieve that consensus. Labor issues have been very divisive, as I'm constantly reminded by my colleagues on both sides of the chamber. This is an opportunity to achieve that in an open way. And you know what? That committee may not achieve consensus, and the government's going to have to make the decision that they're going to make anyway. But I certainly think that it would be a unique story to tell and a powerful story to tell about collaborative governance if this minister gave it a shot. Let's just set aside the fact that the least expedient part of this bill, or the most expedient part of this bill, has been put behind us. We're debating that now. We're putting the temporary sick pay for COVID-19. We're putting that in place, and we're going to do that together. Why don't we do the second part of this together as well? That collaboration, that consultation, the engagement of all of the key stakeholders. Let's do that together. Let's put a number that we can agree on. And you know what? It might not happen that we get full consensus, but it's certainly better to try. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll call a vote on the proposed amendment. Those at home, please have your voting cards ready. All those in favor of the proposed amendment from the leader of the third party, please indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed, please indicate nay. Nay. The amendment fails. Division has been called. However, pursuant to the sessional orders, that division will be put over till tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. when the vote on this proposed amendment will take place. That being said, noting the hour, I'd wonder if the minister might rise and report. Minister, I'll turn it over to you. You've got the script.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I don't have the script, but I will try it. Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask to sit again.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is carried.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee on Bill 13 reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Right there.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section A, reports resolution and completion of the estimate of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
There we go. Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. Those who are participating remotely have your voting cards ready. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.